Chapter 391. April 18th. The weather was clear. Li Longji held a small court meeting in Hanyuan Palace. Many people did not understand what was going on. After the court meeting, Li Longji announced, "There is a new item called the hot air balloon. I have brought one today. The winged knights will demonstrate it to everyone." Everyone was excited. They could actually see the legendary flying ball today. Everyone waited. The Yulin flying cavalry led 4 horses here, and the horses carried the chest. They used this to tell the officials that the hot air balloon was convenient to carry. Then the winged knights opened the boxes and took out something. They quickly assembled and tested it. The hot air balloon was inflated. 2 people went up and controlled the alcohol burner. The hot air balloon gradually rose under the gaze of the officials. When it was 300 feet high, everyone in and out of the palace saw it. The people on the road in front of the palace stopped to watch. They could see it clearly when they got closer. There was a large basket under the colorful ball. The winged knights were in the basket. The hot air balloon continued to rise. The hearts of the officials continued to sink. They saw it clearly. It could indeed carry people, and it was the winged knights. What was the emperor of the Tang dynasty trying to say? When the hot air balloon used up the 200 feet rope and moved with the wind in the sky, the cheers of the people reached Hanyuan Palace. The officials whispered to each other, "Good stuff. Take it out. Even if you don't use it, the other officials will send it back. They will be scared to death. It's best when attacking a city. It can choose the direction of the wind. If one side of the city wall is not used, the other 2 sides will deviate. Only one side can be used. If the wind is too strong, it won't work. If the rope suddenly breaks, the people on it will be blown away. If they fall, they will fall to their deaths. Who doesn't die in war? Falling to their deaths is a normal casualty. How long can the rope be? The longer the rope, the heavier it is. How can there be a weapon without flaws? It's already good. With the hot air balloon, it will be helpful to the other soldiers." Exactly. Without the hot air balloon, are we not going to defend the city? Even if it can only reduce the pressure on one side of the city wall, the defenders on that side can go to reinforce the other walls. It can also be used to see the enemy's layout from 200 feet high. Yes, one can watch from above and the other can signal. If the soldiers at the border knew about this, they would be very happy. It's not expensive to make, right? Even if it's expensive, we still have to build it. The ministers expressed their opinions. "Your Majesty, is it time-consuming to make this thing? Why don't we?" Yao Chong was the closest to Li Longji, so he asked about the time it would take to manufacture. Without waiting for him to finish, Li Longji interrupted him. "There's no need. The Li family Zhuangzi can build it. It won't take long." Faster than crafting a bow? Yao Chong was still curious. A bow takes a long time, but a crossbow takes even longer. The cost of a hot air balloon is actually not as good as a crossbow. Li Longji finally revealed the truth. Crossbows required a lot of work and took a long time to complete. Hot air balloons were simple and had a shorter working time. Not counting the cost of the technology, they were naturally cheaper. Yao Chong was surprised. He thought that a hot air balloon was not enough. In the end, it was cheaper than a strong crossbow. It was normal for a strong crossbow to cost 50 to 60 taels. Then, Yao Chong did not know how to express himself. "It's broken. The rope is broken." It broke about 10 feet away. A shout suddenly sounded. Everyone looked down. Sure enough, the rope floated down, and the other ropes flew away with the hot air balloon. The ministers were anxious. Were 2 winged knights going to fall to their deaths today? Li Longji frowned. "Your Majesty, there was a sudden gust of wind just now, and the rope broke." Someone from the small yellow door ran over and explained. Everyone who was watching the hot air balloon was stunned. The foreign envoys were excited. It turned out that there was a disadvantage. Once the rope broke, people would fall to their deaths. The ministers of Hanyuan Palace looked at Li Longji. Li Longji thought about it and ordered, serve tea, and wait for the hot air balloon to fly back. The ministers, if the rope broke and was blown away by the wind, how could it come back? Then what was the use of the rope? Did something happen to His Majesty because he was anxious? At this moment, the two people on the hot air balloon encouraged each other. Old Six, don't be afraid. We said before that it can be changed. Quick, keep the rope. Let's think of a way to fly back. Don't fall into the wilderness. A non-commissioned officer shouted. Got it, Big Lou. Quick, go higher. The wind direction is not right. OL Six pulled the rope like a madman. His arms stretched out and retracted, tugging and pulling the distance between his arms and his body. He tied the rope into a bundle skillfully so that it would not be easy to untie. Big Lou lit the fire and the hot air balloon rose quickly. After rising to a certain height, the wind direction changed. However, it did not blow back. It continued to rise. It's a bit cold. Old Six was still there. The higher we go, the colder it will be. It's okay. Dongzhu said that after rising 333 feet, the temperature will drop by 6 degrees. We can persevere. Big Lou explained using science. If we had known, we would have worn cotton clothes. We won't be able to breathe no matter how high we go. Then let's go down. We can't be suffocated to death. At most, we'll fall into the wilderness. It's changed. Quick, this height. Let's go back. It's not easy, but we can really do it. It'll be easy in the future. Bring the clothes in the basket. Bring Dongzhu's oxygen bag too. After some manipulation, the hot air balloon was more than 3,000 meters in the air. It welcomed a new wind direction and blew back. Fortunately, it was summer. The temperature dropped by 20 degrees. It was still bearable. The two of them had discovered a new continent. Oh my God! They could look for the wind. Who said the hot air balloon could only fly in one direction? This rope, what use do I have for it? The two of them flew back. Li Longji was waiting. Regardless of whether they flew back by themselves or sent a message back after landing, one of them would come back. Li Longji did not believe that the winged knights would fall to their deaths. The hot air balloon was not going to be ignited. The altitude had to be lowered. After waiting for about half an hour, a Gao leasher who was looking around with binoculars suddenly shouted, I see it. It's in the sky. It's very small. It's floating over. It's close. It's above our heads. It's over. Li Longji stood up and took the binoculars. Sure enough, he saw a small balloon flying in another direction. Then the balloon started to descend. It flew to the left, then to the left, then to the right. After flying for a distance, it started to descend. As the altitude decreased, people could see it without binoculars. The hot air balloon that seemed to be getting smaller rose and fell. It seemed to be getting closer. After waiting for another half an hour, the balloon became bigger. They could see the basket and the people inside. The hot air balloon descended and was blown back by the wind. The people cheered. The envoys were depressed. It could fly back and forth without a rope? Li Longji smiled. Sure enough, the winged knights were the calmest. They were not afraid of unexpected situations. The hot air balloon was flying toward Hanyuan Palace Hall. The crowd excitedly waited for the balloon to land. The people who saw it now were closer than when it was at its highest. Many people's palms were sweating. It was probably because of the hot weather. Closer. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew. The hot air balloon floated away when it was about 60 to 70 feet above the ground. The hot air balloon floated on the main road in front of the imperial city. A shout came from above. Tell His Majesty that we will be back soon. This wind. When the people below saw such a big thing flying over their heads and heard the shout, many of them said at the same time, Oh! The hot air balloon quickly rose again and flew away. Wait a little longer, Li Longji said helplessly. The officials. Chapter 392. Soon, the people outside shouted that they would be back in a while. The people outside laughed and felt that this thing was too fun. It could fly back by itself after being blown away by the wind. The foreign envoys did not think it was fun at all. Their hearts were completely cold. The ball was not finished when the rope broke. The rope was just for show. How far could this thing fly? Would it fly all the way to the imperial city of their country? Then it would throw down a torch and fly back to the Tang dynasty? If the Tang dynasty made thousands of such balls, what would happen to their country? The people of the 10 Tujia families and Jia Jinshan also stood outside and watched. The people of the 10 Tujia families wondered if they could borrow it and then fight back. Jia Jinshan wondered if they could use it in their own family. Not to mention war, it would be good if they could fly back to the Tang dynasty and send messages back and forth. Moreover, the stronger the Tang dynasty was, the better their lives would be. The people were cheering. The winged knights were fine under the big ball. They could not fall at all. They could fly back up again. They did not have to pull down the rope when they flew too high. The officials of Hanyuan Palace were not in a hurry to work. They were waiting to see if they could come back again. It was too hot outside and there was no shade. Fortunately, there was tea to drink. Yao Chong was excited. He did not know that hot air balloons could fly here and there. If there was no rope, a large group of hot air balloons would constantly adjust their direction and attack the enemy's formation. It would cause chaos and casualties for the enemy. Your Majesty, hot air balloons can fly over an approximate range. They can participate in battles and transport supplies on the battlefield. I just saw it. It flies very fast in the sky and is not limited by the terrain. The Tang dynasty should mass produce it and send elite troops to operate it. It will boost the morale of the people at the border. Yao Chong knew the power of hot air balloons. At the same time, he knew that the hot air balloons could not be controlled by other armies. They could only be managed by the winged knights. Li Longji was happy. He did not need to pay for the production of hot air balloons. Li Yi still had 10% of the dividends from earthly paradise. Li Yi was looking for ways to use it. Hot air balloons were indeed dangerous and could not be placed in other armies. Lu Huaishan didn't say anything. After knowing that it was difficult to imitate, he was completely relieved. He sat there and drank tea leisurely, waiting for the hot air balloon to return. A flying object that could adjust its own direction was as scary as it could get. He believed that many of the opportunistic foreigners would know what to do once they understood the situation. Zhang Shua borrowed the binoculars and scanned the sky, hoping to see the figure of the hot air balloon. While looking at it, he said, "How long can the lighters fuel be used for? How many can you bring each time?" Li Longji was in a good mood and answered, "It depends on how big the hot air balloon is. The basket is light, so it can carry more things. This subject requests that a short and thin person operate it to reduce the weight." Zhang Shua said again. And Li Longji nodded. Among the winged knights, there was a short, non-commissioned officer. Being short did not mean that he was weak. Some of the short ones who were selected were able to continuously draw strong bows and shoot accurately. Otherwise, they would not have been selected. This type of person was suitable for the hot air balloon. The bow was accurate and the weight was light. After the hot air balloon was tied to a rope and fixed at a relatively stable height, the archers on top had space to display their skills. When the arrows were used up, they would be pulled down to replenish. The other subjects were as happy as the common people. They were not people who colluded with foreigners. The hot air balloon flew over, flew away, whizzed up, and slowly floated down. Other than the disadvantage of a slow descent, everything else was an advantage. However, a slow descent also had its advantages. It could allow the people on top to adjust their attacks. As long as it rose quickly, it would be fine. "Your Majesty, this subject has thought of a way to use the hot air balloon." The assistant minister of the Ministry of War stood up. He said loudly, "The enemy is not only made up of archers. There are also spears, shields, baggage, and troops carrying siege weapons. The hot air balloon can lower its altitude when it is above them and shoot arrows from a few feet above them. When their crossbows react, immediately rise to avoid it. However, be careful of being ambushed by people familiar with it. Good, Li Longji praised. That's right. Everyone should think together. How else could they play? According to Brother Yi's words, controlling the hot air balloon meant controlling the air. An army with air control would crush the enemy's ground forces without air control. As long as the air force was on a large scale, there would be no situation where the ground forces could not be controlled. Li Longji might think about whether what others said was right or not, but he directly believed that Li Yi's words were right. Li Yi never talked nonsense or bragged about matters related to the people's livelihood or military affairs. Your Majesty, this subject also has an idea. Another assistant minister stood up. He was from the Ministry of Works. This subject feels that the color of the hot air balloon is too conspicuous. If it is used for military purposes, it is best to paint it black. It will be more hidden at night, he said from the color. Good. Li Longji nodded. He already knew that the army had to change the color. The color of the grassland was blue and white like the sky, or the grassland was painted green. It was not easy to be discovered when it was close to the ground. The color at night was not pure black. There were torches and lanterns on the ground. When faced with pure black, it was easy to see the reflection of light. Li Yi said this. Now the ministers were working hard to think about it and needed to be encouraged. So the ministers enthusiastically spoke. Some said that powerful fireworks should be brought up and shot down. When facing the enemy cavalry, the horses would be startled with a bang. Some ministers said that when there was no contact, hot air balloons could be sent in advance to carry highly poisonous fodder. At night, the fodder could be used to feed the enemy's horses. Even if the horses did not die from the poison, they would not be in good condition. Another person suggested that after the enemy's vanguard army passed through a canyon, in the evening the hot air balloons would carry soldiers to the two sides of the canyon to set up an ambush. When the army at the back thought that the vanguard army had cleared the ambush, they would suddenly attack and catch the enemy's army unprepared. The ministers, who were usually sanctimonious, thought of all kinds of schemes and tricks after the hot air balloons came out. Li Longji asked people to remember carefully. Regardless of whether it was useful now, it was still an idea. When the time came, he would give it to the winged knights and let them use it flexibly. When everyone was coming up with ideas, Zhang Shuo shouted, "It's back! The hot air balloon is back! Quick, send people outside. If it runs to the sky above the street again, shout for them to descend. We will provide support," Li Longji ordered. He was afraid that if the route was not adjusted properly, the hot air balloon would run away again and leave a sentence. "We will be back in a while." Everyone looked up. After a quarter of an hour, the hot air balloon adjusted its altitude and flew over from the side. This time, there was no sudden, slanting wind. The two of them actually adjusted their position. It was not easy. When they were about to reach Hanyuan Palace, Old Six shook his hand and threw down a small part of the rope. He shouted, "Grab the rope, the sky is too cold, ah!" Big Lu adjusted the fire to a very small size and did not dare to extinguish it. He was afraid that the speed of descent would be too fast. The 1,000 bull guards below rushed over and grabbed the rope. It was like a tug-of-war. The flame of the alcohol burner on the hot air balloon was sometimes big and sometimes small. After being stabilized by the rope it held. Then people pulled down. The balloon was still full. With a bang, the hot air balloon landed smoothly. Chapter 394. It was getting hotter and hotter. Even at dusk, the temperature didn't drop. On the contrary, it felt even more stuffy. The chirping of the cicadas sounded noisy at first, but after a while, it gradually became background music. The dogs in Zhuangzi were lying there lazily. When they heard someone approaching and talking, they would perk up their ears and open their eyes slightly. Then they would close their eyes again and continue lying there. The children had changed into new summer clothes. The boys wore singlets and trousers, while the girls wore beautiful skirts and sandals made of pigskin. Dinner was served with more water and more cold dishes, especially chicken feet, pig skin, pig trotters, and fish, which were all made with jellied meat. The rice with water was good. Steamed or boiled millet, yellow rice, sorghum rice, and white rice were soaked and scooped with fresh well water. When it was eaten, it was accompanied by pickled vegetables. Usually they could eat 2 bowls and 3 bowls easily. However, after washing 4 bowls of rice, there were only 3 bowls left. Ordinary people didn't dare to eat it. It was too fermenting. In addition to the rice with water, the villagers also liked the noodles with soy sauce. When the noodles were soaked in cold water, they would scoop up a spoonful of sauce and suck it in. Of course, garlic was indispensable. Li always felt that his habit of eating raw garlic while eating noodles with soy sauce in the north was passed down from the Tang dynasty. However, during the Tang dynasty, garlic was eaten in both the north and the south. It became a trend of eating garlic. Therefore, he was eating hot pot for dinner today. He didn't want to eat staple food. He couldn't eat rice with water either. Hot pot and some wine could let him sleep well. Big Lou and Old Six gathered the winged knights who didn't stand guard. While eating, they asked the 2 of them how they felt when they were in the sky. They were allowed to drink. The medicinal wine they soaked in was frozen in the sky and could stimulate blood flow. Empress Wang didn't come out. She stayed in her room and looked after the children with noble consort Lu. Brother Yi, are you planning to sell the ice you stored in Zhuangzi for the winter? Li Qingqi, who had rushed to Zhuangzi, accompanied them to eat hot pot. Not for sale. From tomorrow onwards, there will be cold drinks in Zhuangzi. Li Yi shook his head. It's getting hot. Don't get heat stroke. When the topic of heat stroke was brought up, his brows twitched. The synopsis of the Golden Chamber uses the syndrome differentiation to treat heat stroke, using poison to fight poison. When the internal heat is difficult to expel, drink ginger water and monkshood water. It's the same as having hot pot for dinner tonight. It was hot outside, and the cold air was pressing in. Eating hot pot was hot, and it could expel the heat and cold in the body. Some people will also drink mutton soup and hot tea. After sweating, they will feel cool and relieve the heat. Li Yi explained that heat stroke was a type of treatment, just like yin deficiency and yang deficiency. Li Longji and Li Qingqi listened and felt that it made sense. Yes, that was exactly the case. But Li Yi's turn came. Not everyone drinks hot water when it's unbearably hot. Some people just collapse after drinking it. Therefore, don't use hot water if you can. Cold water is still very useful. Well water is good. The ground is not hot, but the well water is cold. Later, I will write a method to prevent heat stroke that can be easily understood by the people and spread it. Li Yi knew that some people drank mutton soup to relieve the heat and got heat stroke in the end. The body was already hot and more heat entered. The speed of excretion was not as fast as the accumulation, and they collapsed, especially those who liked to add more mutton oil and chili oil when drinking mutton soup. The 2 listened and nodded. They did not understand anyway. Other places are beyond my reach. The well drilling team can drill in dry places. They can't draw water. Chang and docks can specially drill wells. The well water is cold for the people working at the docks to drink. At the same time, they can replenish salt. Otherwise, according to previous years, there will be people who suddenly fainted while working. Li Qingqi knew that the people at the docks liked to drink river water. Now that there was soup, they would drink it. The soup was hot and cold, and they would not feel comfortable after drinking it. Coincidentally, the well drilling team left behind in Chang and did not go out. They conveniently drilled a well at every docks. Once the well water was cold, they would feel refreshed after drinking a mouthful of it. This is good. We don't have to worry about them drinking too much water and getting water poisoning. They will sweat nonstop when they are carrying. Li Yi agreed. He decided to write the method to prevent heat stroke that the people working should drink more water. As for the people working in the shade, they just need to pay attention to hydration. Drinking hot tea was not a problem. Cold tea was not recommended, as drinking too much water poisoning. Things like Hwasiang Jingchi water, rock sugar mung bean water, and sour plum soup were for the rich. If the poor told them about this, they would be scolded to death. Later, I will ask Songda to lower the price of the worst tea foam, 1 copper coin per kilogram, especially now that the tea leaves have become big leaves. There will be more foam when the tea leaves are made. It is better to give it to the people who need it. At the same time, it can also replenish vitamins and theophylline. Li Yi decided to help the ordinary people of the capital magistrate prevent heat stroke. He could not do anything about places that were too far away. He could not control the people in the world. Even if he had the ability to control them, it would be through the officials and organizations such as various alliances. When Li Longji heard the price, he gently shook his head. You can't sell it openly. There should be a limit to prevent people from hoarding. Third brother is right. I will register that each household can only buy 1 kilogram for 10 days. Even if there are some omissions, it doesn't matter. For those who do not have a place of birth, we will put their handprints and check if the handprints are fake. It will give them the feeling that we will investigate. Li nodded. Yes, what if some wicked person saw that the tea was 1 copper coin per kilogram? No, the initial price will be 3 copper coins per kilogram. Li Yi changed his mind. After 10 days, the price will drop to 5 copper coins per kilogram. After another 10 days, it will be 2 copper coins per kilogram. Li Yi said, Good. Those who want to hoard it will immediately sell the tea in their hands after 2 days. They will not dare to buy more. Li Qingqi clapped his hands in agreement. After the meal, Li Yi went to write a set of methods to prevent heat stroke and predict the signs of heat stroke. It was easy to understand. He turned around and drew a simple diagram. Then he took it to the workshop and found a random person. Then go and make it. Manual ice shaving machine. You can mix it with various kinds of fruit juice. It is cool and refreshing. Pregnant women should not eat too much. Just a few mouthfuls are enough. Children can eat a little at a time. They can eat a few more times. If they eat too much at one time, they will have diarrhea. Li Yi sighed with emotion when he heard the sound of cicadas. He had been to Xi'an before. The sound of cicadas could no longer be heard in the city. They could only be heard in the National Conservation Park in Lantian County. In this regard, he felt that Xi'an was not as good as Hunan. When he went to Zhengzhou in Hunan to discuss business, many places where there were many cicadas were not allowed to sound their horns. They said that they were afraid that it would affect the cicadas' communication. Now that he heard a large number of cicadas calling out, it was annoying. There were also forest frogs, frogs in the paddy fields, and toads calling out. When it was hot and stuffy, they could only get used to the noisy noise. It's mating season again. Couples should be separated, like Liangshan Lake and Zhuangtai. After Li Yi muttered these 2 names, he suddenly had an idea. He walked around and found Songda, who was having dinner with Huernyang. When it's time to get married, just get married. Don't always drag it out. A separate courtyard and betrothal gifts can be used at any time. Li said. He asked Songda to send someone to Pyongkong Square tomorrow to invite Xinyan and the others over. He said that he had a new song to discuss. Chapter 395. Early the next morning, there were 10 ice shavers in the cafeteria. Beside each ice shaver were written the rules of eating. Pregnant women could only taste. Children should eat less each time. Adults should not eat too much to avoid a cold stomach. There was no wind in the morning. The winged knights seized the time to practice flying. Today they had to practice landing. It would be difficult for them to float back. They could fly to the wilderness and try their best to avoid landing in the fields. The cavalry mounted their horses, and the hot air balloons took off. One of the carriages in Zhuangzi entered the city. 2 female farmers entered Pyongkong Square to look for someone. The men did not come as they were afraid of getting heaty. Xian had guests last night. The weather was hot, so everyone was active. The number of people in Kong Square increased. They were originally tired, but after hearing Li Yi's invitation, they became energetic again. They quickly washed up and changed into beautiful clothes. When they were busy, others saw them. After asking, they felt jealous. Li Lang was looking for a woman again and did not look for them. The key was that every time Yen and the others came in contact with Li Lang, they could bring back new songs. After an hour, Yen and the others urged each other to get on their own carriages and set off. 50! Everyone meant 50 flowery carriages. Now, they had changed to four-wheeled carriages. The everyone in Kong Square had formed a group to set off. The people on the streets were talking about it again. Where were they going? Were they going to the temple to discuss scriptures? They don't do proper business and only think about finding women all day. Yao Chong in the government hall heard the news and muttered. Zhang Shua looked at Yao Chong and chuckled. Then it turned into a chuckle and then into a hearty laugh. Lu Huaishan glanced at Yao Chong and said, Li Yi's medical skills are superb. Why don't you go and ask for some medicine? After taking it, you can go and find women. Ha 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 ha. Zhang Shua laughed until he held his stomach. Yao Chong was about to glare at Lu Huaishan, but Lu Huaishan went back to his room first. When Yan and the others arrived in Zhuangzi and found Li Yi was sitting in front of a piano playing a tune. It had just been created. Li Yi had finished tuning and was testing it out. Li Yi was playing Adeline by the Water, which was a softer tune. Yan and a large group of people quietly listened. This was the first time they had seen this kind of musical instrument. There were too many keys to pronounce. They instantly thought of the benefits of having more keys and a wider vocal range. If he could learn it, he would be able to compose more songs based on this new instrument. Li Yi played the song twice before standing up and saying to Yen and the others, The peacock flies southeast for a distance of 5 miles. Yen and the rest paused for a moment before replying at the same time. 13 is able to weave, 14 is able to tailor. Yes, this is a poem about love. The most disgusting person in the poem is the parents-in-law. She chased her daughter-in-law out. The other abominable group was the woman's family. They forced the woman to her death, and then the man died as well. Li Yi spoke of the plot emotionlessly. Yen and the others. Now let me talk about another story. The most abominable group was the woman's family. The woman looked at the man who went to school with her. Li Yi continued, Liang Shambua and Zhu Yingtai. Without waiting for him to finish, Yan and the others spoke out in unison. They understood. Oh, since everyone knows the story, then what about me? I specially wrote a song for this story. Oh, I copied it. When Li Yi said that he wrote it himself, his face turned slightly red and he immediately changed his words. As he spoke, he took out the symphony score that he had stayed up late to copy. Each of you copy it. The first chapter. Oh, the prelude is Jiangnan Spring, using a flute to play. Li Yi let Yan and the others flip through the book while he explained the arrangement and content of Liang Shanbua and Zhu Yingtai Symphony. As he spoke, he was still very calm. However, Yan and the others were very touched. When Li Yi finished talking about the final butterfly, Yan and the others' eyes were red as they took the book and ran away. They wanted to find a place for a few people to copy first before passing it to the others. Li Yi sat in front of the piano and played Autumn's Whisper. When he thought about the peacock flying to the southeast, he thought of Lu Yu and Tang. It was another pair that had been forcibly separated. So, mother-in-law and mother-in-law are quite abominable? Hee. Li Yi laughed twice and left the piano no longer playing. He still felt that he should not spend so much time on articles and music in the Tang dynasty. There were still medical books that he had not finished copying. That was more important. If I don't know anything, then I don't have to worry about it. Copying medical books is too tiring, especially when there are many medicines that are not available now. Li Yi mumbled. What he was most annoyed about was deleting. It was a waste of time and brain power. I can write it down. If there are none, then there are none. Can't I just wait until there are some in the future? For some crops, I will spend money to get merchants to find them, especially in Asia, Europe, and Africa. There is no Suez Canal now. It is connected to Africa. The land route can go all the way to Singapore. Boats run along the shore. Go down, and reach the place of kangaroos and koalas. America is separated by the Bering Strait. Now even Tubo is warm and can be farmed. The Bering Strait should not be frozen yet. It has not reached the Little Ice Age. Take a boat up to the Bering Strait and go straight to the shore. Then there is the problem of the land route. Li Yi mumbled, and a world map appeared in his mind. He decided not to change it. Things that were not written in medical books were not available. Everyone knew that there was none, so they just waited. Build ships. What am I going to do with so much money? Chao Zhou can carry a lot of things. It is not suitable for the sea. Build a big ship. Wait for the dividends from the well salt and the gold mine in Lontian County to arrive and continue to invest. Li Yi wanted to build a big fleet in the next few years. He walked out of the courtyard where the piano and other instruments were placed. A group of cavalry ran back. The horses carried boxes. They went to the big square, opened the boxes, and reassembled them. He walked over to take a look. Guazi, who was in charge of commanding, saw him and spoke to him. After flying out land, the cavalry will run over to dismantle the boxes and bring them back. The wind is good now, so it is suitable for flying. Li Yi nodded. You must be careful when assembling. Don't be careless just because you are familiar with it. When in the air, strictly follow the rules of the operation manual. The sky is not like the ground. The slightest mistake will cause you to fall. Li Dongzhu, don't worry. Everyone deliberately reminds you when they are in the sky. Military matters are not to be underestimated. Guazi promised. Li Yi went to the assembly area and took a closer look. Just as Guazi said, the non-commissioned officer worked slowly. After landing once, the basket was hit. The non-commissioned officer checked to see if the connecting position was loose. Li watched for a while. When the basket was reassembled, he was relieved. With his hands behind his back, he strolled around and looked at the crab farming, forest frog farming, the growth of the rice and the cotton. When it was time for dinner, he wandered back and saw Songde running over. Dongzhu, I'm looking for you. The craftsmen in the printing workshop are anxious. A large amount of printing paper has been produced. The bronze movable type is all done. The ink is fine too. It's time to print. Songde talked about the situation in the printing workshop. The people there were not in a good mood. They only worked, but did not produce results. Let's do it. The story we wrote before, the recent locust plague and the well drilling incident. Then print it. Li Yi agreed. Print. How much for the first printing? Songde wiped his sweat. The first edition is more precious. Print 10,000 copies and keep 1,000 copies. Li Yi thought of the value of the front page and decided to keep it. Chapter 396. In the afternoon, Li Yi finished writing the newspaper article and sent it to the typesetting department. The typesetters were doing it for the first time. They picked the words according to the size of Li Yi's handwriting. Copper was usually used to make currency and bronze wares. The production was low, but the demand was high. Most people would not bear to use copper to make movable type, but Zhuangzi did not care. He had money. Even if he lacked copper, how could he lack the copper that Zhuangzi used to make movable type? The typesetters picked out the words one by one and fixed them in a template. The template was fixed with buckles. There were special grooves on the movable type that could be fastened directly. Otherwise, the wax would need to be melted and the words would be placed on top. The words would not fall off after the wax solidified. When the wax was removed, the wax would be melted and the words would be removed. Not only was it tiring, but it also used up a lot of wax. When the movable type was made, There would be bumps on the reverse mold, and the words would have grooves on them. There was only one big newspaper today, and it was printed on one side. The typesetting was done on the same day, and the printing started at night. There was only one printing machine for 10,000 copies, and it would be printed until the next morning. The people in the printing workshop did not care. It was finally time for them to perform. The story in the newspaper was the first chapter of the romance of the Three Kingdoms. Li had spread it out, and many people were still copying it. Now that it was printed in the newspaper, there were no mistakes, and it looked comfortable. Also, Li wanted to print the prevention of heat stroke and put it in the newspaper. The people would find it novel. Even if they were illiterate and did not want to buy it, they would listen to others read it. They would write it down, and when they felt that they had mastered something good, they would spread it out. Early in the morning of April 20th, Songda looked for Li again. "Dongzhu, all 10,000 copies have been printed. Look," Songda said as he took out a newspaper. The smell of ink wafted in the air. Li took the newspaper and read it from the beginning to the end. There was no problem with the typesetting, and the handwriting was clear. "Very good. Sell it. 1 copy for 3 renminbi." Li returned the newspaper to Songda. "Ah, 3 renminbi? Owner, I'm afraid you don't know how much this newspaper costs, right?" Songda was dumbfounded and looked at his Dongzhu in confusion. "Of course I know. The paper is 10 renminbi, and the ink is 2 renminbi. Excluding the copper and labor costs, the total is 12 renminbi." Li nodded, indicating that he understood. Then, Songda was at a loss. "You know you're selling it for 3 cents for 12 cents? Sell it, you won't lose money. I've written a few notes for you. Keep them well. If you can't sell them, take them out and shout." Li didn't want to say too much. He only gave the order and took out several folded pieces of paper from his pocket. "All right, Dongzhu, I'll arrange for someone to sell it." Songda clenched his teeth and listened to Dongzhu's words. He took the note and turned around to leave. "In the first few days, we'll send our people to sell the goods. Once we're familiar with the people in Chang, and we'll see if there are any families with old illnesses who rely on their children to work hard to make ends meet. In the future, let them sell the newspapers. Give them a penny for every 5 copies sold, or we can adjust their wages depending on the situation." Li added. Songda, who was walking to the door, paused. "Got it, Dongzhu." Songda left sullenly. He wasn't angry with Li, but with himself. He knew that Dongzhu said he wouldn't lose money, and that meant he wouldn't lose money. But he couldn't figure out why he wouldn't lose money. 3 luxurious carriages were dispatched for 9,000 copies of newspapers, and a special one was sent to carry people. There was also a truck filled with piles of starch jelly, seasonings, bowls, and chopsticks. 5 carriages set off, followed by 20 winged knights. Now Songda had guards in Zhuangzi. He was afraid that he would be taken away. He knew too much. The winged knights received the order that if Songda was attacked and the winged knights couldn't eliminate the enemy and rescue him, they were to shoot Songda. Songda himself was also clear, so he only went to Chang and didn't go anywhere else. At the city gate, they unloaded the starch jelly and other things. The carriages went in, and the gatekeepers began to scrape the jelly and put it in bowls with seasonings. The carriages went straight to the south of the imperial city and stopped at the Vermilion Bird Avenue. No stalls were allowed here, and no hawking was allowed. Songda didn't care much. The winged knights were protecting him. Was he selling? He was giving it to them. The cost was 12 coins, and a newspaper was only 3 coins. When they arrived, the carriages opened, and everyone stood in a row, shouting together, "Look, look, 3 coins for selling things at a loss. This is a newspaper. There are stories and general knowledge in it. The cost of a newspaper is only 3 coins now. Buy it and you can learn." The newspaper is the court bulletin. You can't see the court bulletin, but you can see the newspaper. Songda and the farmers were shouting very hard, but unfortunately, everyone was watching and didn't buy. They knew who Songda was. They watched him shouting, pointing, and talking to each other. Songda, he had no choice. He reached into his pocket and took out a folded piece of paper. He unfolded it, read, and took a deep breath. Then he accepted his fate and shouted, "Shocking!" 3 men sneaked into the peach garden and did such a thing. Oh! The eyes of the onlookers lit up. They were surprised. Someone immediately came forward. "Steward Song, what are you talking about?" "It's written in the newspaper. This is the only copy for 3 coins. Songda was convinced. Dongju was still the best. "It's written in the newspaper?" The other party was suspicious. "Why would I lie to you? Are you buying or not? If not, get out of the way. There are people behind who want to buy." Songda didn't explain. "Buy, give me 1. This paper looks good. It's not a loss. I'll buy 1 too. I can read." "Who bought it?" "Read it to me." A group of people came forward to buy the newspaper. In a short time, more than 400 copies were sold. The people who got the newspaper avoided the others and ran to the corner to read it. The others chased after them and left. The people in front of them had dispersed. Those who came after them didn't know what was going on. Why was the Li family Zhuangzi here selling newspapers? Songda took out another piece of paper and looked at it. He gritted his teeth. What did a woman do to cause so many men to be entangled with her? If you want to know, buy the newspaper. 3 coins, it's only 3 coins. Hua! This time there were more people. They all took out their money. Those who couldn't read bought the newspaper and were prepared to look for those who could read. After some time, Songda took out a piece of paper. When you do this, you'll be sweating profusely and gasping for breath. You'll also feel thirsty. There's a way to solve this problem. It's written in the newspaper. All of a sudden, everyone went crazy. Even the women ran over to buy newspapers. At this point, the person who bought the newspaper ran over. Steward Song, where are the 3 men you're talking about? Why aren't they? Weren't they Liu Bei, Guan Yu, and Zhang Fei sworn brothers in the peach garden? Songda retorted. The other party, someone beside him said, I know what a woman did to cause so many men to be entangled with her. The Empress Dowager meddled in politics. How come I don't see anything about men being able to last longer? The person who bought the newspaper looked through it and couldn't find anything. To prevent heat stroke. Porters at the docks. Aren't they like this when they're working? Drinking a bowl of cold water with salt and carrying it around. Can't they last longer? Song to question the other party. All right, Steward Song. Good skills. I'm impressed. The other party cupped his fists and turned to leave. After walking some distance, he picked up the newspaper again. If there wasn't anything, then there wasn't anything. At least the romance of the 3 kingdoms and the prevention of heat stroke were good. A woman who had bought the newspaper came over and spat before walking away. Songda laughed. He had sold almost 5,000 copies. Chapter 397. Songda was overjoyed. He had sold a lot of newspapers and waited for the news to spread. There would definitely be more people who would buy them. Chang'an had a large population and more literate people than other places. 9,000 newspapers a day was not enough to sell, but he had to pay 9 cents for each newspaper. The news that he was selling newspapers at the entrance of the imperial city spread quickly. Some officials saw that it was almost noon and there was nothing else to do, so they ran out to buy a newspaper. Some even bought 2 for their colleagues. Someone from the Government Affairs Hall who was waiting for lunch came to report. What nonsense. Men went into the woods, what women did, and how long it lasted. Go, get Songda, buy a newspaper for me. Buy a newspaper for me. Yao Chong frowned when he heard the news. What was written in the newspaper? He wanted to arrest the person, but he thought otherwise. Songda recognized him when he saw him. Don't. Zhang Shua stopped him. Count how many people there are in the Government Affairs Hall. 1 newspaper for each person. Yes, everyone. Lu Huaishan said. The person who reported the news called another person and ran out together. When they came back, The two people held back their laughter and waited at the door after delivering the newspaper. Yao Chong snatched a newspaper. He knew it was from the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. He looked at the writing. It was Zhong Xiaojing's writing. The regular script was good. He looked at the paper. The paper was also good. It was better than the paper used now. The paper used now was straw paper. There was also hemp paper, which was used to paste windows, lanterns, and write. The best paper was made from a mixture of bark and grass, sent by Jiangnan Road. Xianzhou paper was the best. However, the newspaper paper was different from the paper used for calligraphy and painting in Jiangnan Road. The ink was better, but it was not suitable for painting. The ink was better than the ink used for engraving and printing. The paper and ink produced by the Li family Zhuangzi should be better. After reading the content, he read from the beginning to the end. He did not see anything that he had heard. This Songda is lying. Yao Chong shook his head. Prime Minister Yao, it's true. It's all written. The three men are the oath of the peach garden, and then the person who bought the newspaper replied from the door. Yao Chong heard. He felt unwell, and his breathing quickened. Ah ha ha ha! Zhang Shua laughed loudly again. Lu Huaishan shook his head helplessly. Yao Chong panted a few times and finally recovered. He gritted his teeth and said, "It must be Li Yi. How could others think of this? He couldn't find the words. Lu Huaishan was reading the contents of the newspaper. Here's a little tip for living. It says that if there are stains on the utensils, it will be easier to remove them by scrubbing them with vinegar. The towel used had a smell, and it would still have a smell after being washed. It could be steamed in the pot for a while, and it would be much better when taken out. If one wanted to eat the leftovers from summer the next day, they had to be reheated. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to last until the next day. If you accidentally open a wound on your body, you can wash it with salt water. Endure the pain and you'll recover faster. This newspaper isn't worth 3 coins. I believe that Steward Song is telling the truth. It's worth 12 coins. Zhang Shua evaluated the price of the newspaper. Yao Chong calmed down and felt that the newspaper was not bad. It had stories, information on the locust plague, information on heatstroke prevention, and tips. He thought for a while and shook his head. That's not right. Can the newspaper benefit the people? The people he helped in the past were all commoners with little money. Now, the newspaper can only be understood by scholars. It's useless for commoners to buy it. If he bought it for 3 coins, how could he sell it for 4 coins? What's the point of doing a losing business? Using his own money to subsidize the scholars? He has money, so let's not worry about it. Lu Huaishan still looked like a good old man. There must be a problem. Yao Chong was certain. In the palace, Li Longji was reading a newspaper. He nodded from time to time. This was good stuff. He had been waiting for it, and it was finally out. Good. It doesn't matter if the commoners are illiterate. If those who can read are willing to show off, there will be people in the taverns and tea-houses reading to them. Li Longji said as he looked at Gao Lisher. Gao Lisher cooperated and said, "Your Majesty is right. If you ask the Yamen to tell the commoners, they won't believe you. If it's a newspaper, everyone will read it together and say it together. If the commoners are willing to try it, they will tell their friends. However, if the newspaper is right, the commoners will believe it. If it's wrong, the commoners will believe it. For example, if the newspaper says that the price of millet will increase, and the places that produce millet will be seriously affected by the disaster, the price of millet in Chang'an will change." Gao Lisher saw the power of the newspaper. It was just the first issue, so there was nothing wrong with it. When the commoners gradually get used to the fact that what was written was true, Chang'an would be in turmoil if a lie was suddenly mixed in. Yes, that's why no one else is allowed to do it. Only Li Yi can do it. I don't trust anyone else. Li Longji said with a smile. No one else can make such paper and ink. It takes a lot of effort to print it with engraving. It can only be produced once every few days. Gao Lisher talked about the advantages of the Li family Zhuangzi's technology. Li Longji waved his hand. The secret of paper can't be kept. Li Yi has never thought of keeping a secret. He wants to spread the new method after the cost is reduced. Jiangnan's bark paper is too expensive. The commoners can't even afford hemp paper. It's inconvenient to write with straw paper. The Li family Zhuangzi's paper can't be compared to Jiangnan's leather paper, but it can be cheaper. Li Longji remembered that Li Yi said that there was a type of ore in Lantian County that was suitable to be added to paper. In the past, Zhuangzi had people dig and transport it from other places, so the production was small. When the mining in Lantian County began, it was transported along the Ba River to the Li family Zhuangzi's workshop. The cost was reduced, but he didn't know how low the price would be. Li Longji decided to ask at night. He continued to read memorials and waited for the food to be delivered before he went to rest. Song sold a lot of newspapers at the southern gate of the imperial city. They were all bought by officials. When it was time for dinner, the number of officials coming out to buy newspapers increased. People from the imperial harem also came to buy. In less than 12:30, all 9,000 newspapers were sold. Let's go back to Zhuangzi. We'll go back to eat and tell Dongzhu the good news first. Songde called out. Everyone got on the car and rushed back. If they weren't in a hurry to report the news, they could go to earthly paradise for dinner. Those who had bought the newspapers went around showing off. It was time for dinner. They sat there and read the newspapers. Some read it on the table. Some read it with their hands open. The others were curious. What was it? When they went up to ask, the people who bought the newspapers had something to say. Others asked them to read it. Read it. It could prove that they were literate and literate. In the time it took to eat a meal, the entire Chang and knew about a new thing, newspapers. The newspapers told stories and things that could be used in daily life. They introduced the situation of the locust plague. The main thing was that the locust plague could be stabilized and there would be no problems with food. Also, there were signs of heat stroke and how to deal with it. There was no need for others to force them. They couldn't remember the stories and couldn't understand what was said. It was better to do other things. Influenced by Li Yi, the new storytellers valued the stories in the newspapers. Some of them had connections and could get a few chapters of the romance of the Three Kingdoms before. They could only watch others tell it and could only be anxious. Now, they could buy a copy and change it into their own words to tell others to make money. Although there weren't many words in one chapter, if they made it up, it would take at least 10 days. At first, they wanted to buy newspapers from other people. The price of a newspaper was 3 cents, but at dusk they were forced to raise the price to 50 cents. Chapter 398. Brother E, I can see that you want to advertise in the newspaper to make money. Li Qingqi said while drinking during dinner. Yes. Li Yi admitted. The cost of the newspaper was not important. How much it was sold was not important. What was important was the sales volume and influence. Write an article on the newspaper to introduce the shop. From what I see, it should be at least 50 liang. Li Qingqi quoted a price that he thought was very high. Li laughed. You want me to write an article for you? He shook his head. I will pay according to the words. The shop will write the article themselves. 50 liang is only enough to write 50 words. Moreover, it is the Chang and newspaper. Impossible. It will take a long time for the shop to earn back 50 liang. I bought part of the advertisement for the football stadium. It is only 10 liang and 300 liang for the season's good seats. Your newspaper changes every day, unless you advertise for a shop every day for a month. Li Qingqi did not agree. He used his own advertisement as a comparison. When the newspaper sells 20,000 copies a day, I will not accept orders from the ordinary shops. I will mainly accept orders from the big caravans. Li Yi knew that the small shops could not afford to advertise and would not expand their business to them. There was no internet, no television, and no competitors. 20,000 copies of the newspaper would affect more than 20,000 people, including the 20 counties of the capital. They could all see it. The population size was limited. On average, 80 people would buy a newspaper. There was no hope for more than that. If a ship of goods was shipped from outside and wanted to sell, it would be a wholesale sale. Someone would advertise in the newspaper about the goods, where they were sold, and how much they cost. If the people needed them, they would buy them. Changing from wholesale to retail, the faster the delivery speed, the more profits there would be. For example, 2 businessmen were pulling oranges from the same place to sell. One of them was willing to advertise, and the people would buy the oranges. The other could only sell the oranges to the shops in Chang, and at a low price. Listen to Brother E. We still have to sell the newspaper in other prefectures. It is not easy to transport the oranges there. Li Longji thought of Li Yi's plan when he heard about the Chang and newspaper. I'm currently researching wax paper, which is used for printing. When it's ready, I'll send people to the various prefectures to provide printing equipment, paper, and ink. The news from Chang and city spread quickly. Now, there was no need to pay attention to timeliness. It would be fine if it was a few days later. Even if it was farther away, it would be fine if it was a month later. Once they received the typeset content, they would engrave, print, and sell it themselves. At the same time, gather information from all over the world and send it back by fast horse. Li Yi explained his future plans. He did not only want to sell newspapers and advertise to make money. At this moment, Li Qingqi and Li Longji realized that this brother Yi was plotting something big. There was an urgent report from the imperial court. Brother Yi wanted to establish his own urgent report. The advertising fees from newspapers all over the country were enough to cover the expenses of manpower, horses, and the journey. Do you need to use the relay station? Li Qingqi reminded. Horses couldn't travel long distances without human habitation. Doesn't the imperial court have some? I'll give you some extra money. My newspaper still wants to partner with His Majesty. Li Yi had considered building his own relay station, but he realized that it was impossible. It was a big crime to rob an official relay station. If a private relay station was left there, it could be burned down. If someone killed someone and stole the horse, where could he find the person? The official relay station was protected by soldiers. What about privately built mercenaries? Li Longji was interested. Cooperation is good. I'm willing to cooperate with you. How much is a relay station? It's a cooperation. Let's talk about the price. The newspaper department will give you double the amount allocated by the imperial court every year. Li Yi gave the answer. That's too much. Li Qingqi said. He didn't know the exact figure, but he knew that the investment in the relay station was not small. The place where the newspaper can be sold can afford to have a relay station. There's no hurry now. Let's operate it in Chang'an. After we train the right people, we'll send them out. Li Yi had other needs, but it was meaningless to say it now. The next day, the new newspaper was published. Song Della went to sell 10,000 copies. He printed an extra 100 copies and kept them. Today, as soon as he arrived in front of the imperial city, a group of people came out of the imperial city and bought a total of 1,000 copies. Give me 100 copies. Quick! As soon as the people in the imperial city finished buying, someone ran over with a bundle of cloth. He put it on the table and asked for 100 copies. Song didn't know what was going on. When the number of people beside him reached more than 20, another person rushed over. 200 copies. This person doubled the amount of the previous one. I want 1 copy. Here's the money. Stand aside if you want 1 copy. 200. 50. I want 50 copies. I came first. Give me my copy. The people in Zhuangzi were dumbfounded. Why did they buy hundreds of copies at once? Not good. Something bad is going to happen. Quick, go back and tell Dongzhu. Song didn't understand the situation and said to one of the winged knights. The other party hesitated, nodded, and rode away. In less than half an hour, Li Yi got the information. He sighed. Finally, there are smart people. Fine, I'll print more copies. Once I print 100 copies, I'll send 100 copies over. The printing workshop started printing. The winged knights became couriers, only they could ride horses. By noon, no one was fighting for the 6,000th set of copies that were printed. However, there was a person who came alone and bought a copy. He muttered they dare to sell it for 80 coins. They must be crazy poor. I can see through them. The Li family Zhuangzi has always had it. Songda stood there and didn't say anything. He had heard several people say that before. He knew that yesterday a copy of the newspaper was sold for 50 coins. Today it was even more ruthless. Someone snatched the newspaper and asked for 80 coins. When no one came to buy it again, he took the remaining 40 copies and threw them over when he passed by Earthly Paradise. When he arrived in Zhuangzi, he didn't have lunch and looked tired. Dongzhu, we have high capital. If we print 1 copy, we will pay 9 coins. We can't deal with them. Tomorrow we will print 20,000 copies. 2 printing plates. Li Yi didn't show any signs of anxiety. Isn't it just 9 coins per copy? Here. At that time, when he was competing with various platforms, he threw in billions at once. In Chang, and the political, economic, and military center of the Tang dynasty, 1 billion was not a big deal. At this time, the people who bought a lot in the morning in Chang and were calculating how much money they had lost. They didn't expect that there would be additional copies of the newspaper. They thought that it would be the same as yesterday with a total of 9,000 copies. They could monopolize the market and sell to people who needed it. They could gradually reduce the price. Even if some of them couldn't be sold, they could still make a profit. In the end, the Li family's manor had disrupted their plans with an additional stamp. The people who bought the newspaper at a high price before wanted to drag them to court or return the money. They lost money this time. They had a lot of newspapers that couldn't be sold. No one bought them for 3,000 copies. They were angry. They would rather borrow it from others or listen to it while eating or drinking tea. The people who bought a lot in advance felt uncomfortable, but some people cared. The foreign envoys in the Tang dynasty found out that the Li family Zhuangzi's cost of printing newspapers was high. They lost some money every time they sold a copy. The paper of the newspaper was really good. It couldn't be cheap even if they wanted to. It wasn't a lie. Some smart people went to find others to discuss the matter together. When the foreign envoys finished discussing, they took out a lot of jewelry and sold it in the East Market for money. Chapter 399. On the 22nd of April, Songda brought 20,000 copies of newspapers to the imperial city. There were still people in the imperial city who came out to buy 1,000 copies. It was cheap, only 3,000 coins. Songda was just about to open his shop when a man wearing tubo clothes came over. I want all of them. Songda looked at him carefully, wanting to know if he was serious. I want all of them. How much do you have? I'll buy all of them. The man waved his hand, and a group of people behind him came forward with a lot of cloth. What do you mean you want all of them? They are selling newspapers at a loss, and you want all of them? Go away, you dare to glare at me? Your tubo was beaten up by me last year. You dare to glare at me again? Without waiting for Songda to speak, a scholar jumped out from the side and shouted at the tubo man. After shouting, he took a step back and grabbed the hilt of the sword at his waist. With a clang, the sword was pulled out. Clang, clang, clang. Several scholars pulled out their swords one after another, looking like they were going to stab him if he was not convinced. You still don't allow me to buy things? The tubo man was scared and argued. You want to buy things? I think you want to cheat, Li Dongzhu. A peddler carrying a pole put down the goods and pulled out his pole. Yes, Steward Song said that the cost is 12 coins and the price is only 3 coins. The tubo people are bad. When they saw Li Dongzhu making hot air balloons, they were scared. Someone took off his shoes and was about to throw them over. How dare you bully Li Lang? A woman who looked like she was from Pyong Kong Square said. She took out the hairpin on her head and held it in her hand. You. Songda, what do you say? The Tubo man had a knife on him, but he did not dare to touch it. I can't make the decision. I have to ask Dongju. Songda's hand touched his body, as if he wanted to take out something that could hurt people. One of the winged knights loaded the crossbow with an arrow and handed it to Songda. He mounted his horse and ran to report. Songda held the crossbow and thought for a while, then pointed the arrow at the ground. The winged knights shouted as they ran towards Zhuangzi. Less than half an hour after Tubo appeared in the imperial city, a group of non-commissioned officers rushed out with the sound of footsteps. After a while, more featherwood flying cavalry came around from the side. The winged knights who reported the news were very fast. They rushed into Zhuangzi and found Li Yi. Dongju, there are Tubo people who want to buy all the newspapers, but the people of the Tang dynasty won't let them. They even drew their weapons while talking. Steward Song can't make a decision. The winged knights explained everything in one sentence. Well, the Tang dynasty is still the best. Li smiled. He sighed with emotion. At this time, the Tang dynasty was awesome. The common people were never afraid of outsiders, and many scholars could wield swords. Even during the Lushan rebellion, the civil servants personally went up the city walls to stop the enemy. More importantly, it was the will of the imperial court that never compromised with foreign countries. When the officials talked about foreign countries, they would definitely fight, but they would argue about how to fight. Dongju, are you selling? The non-commissioned officer was anxious. They want to sell the newspapers because of my capital. I don't think it's the idea of the Tubo First Bureau. Tubo, Turkic, there's so many surnames and tribes. Their scenery is better, right? There are many horses, cows, and sheep. The weather is good, and they can even farm. Tubo has saffron and many medicinal herbs. Caterpillar fungus is said to have no medicinal effect. It's just like how the Western countries said ginseng has no effect. Oh, there's also Salvia miltioriza, which degrades Chinese medicine to be worthless. But there's a reason why our Chinese medicine can exist, such as... Li Yi mumbled to himself. Suddenly he stopped and smiled. Tell Songda that I'll sell it at noon. Tell him that I'm taking the time to proofread the words, so that some of the words will not destroy the deep friendship between Tang and Tibet. When I'm done checking and find no problems, I'll sell it to them. The price will not change. Li Yi said to the non-commissioned officer, giving a dignified reason. The non-commissioned officer did not know what Li Yi wanted to do. After agreeing, he changed to another horse and rode away. Li Yi jogged to the printing workshop. Print another edition. Now the two of you will continue to print. If it's the typesetting, the typesetters will divide it. Li said to everyone. When everyone heard that they were going to print more, they were happy. They liked to work, and they always felt that they were worse than others if there was no work to do. The winged knights ran back and whispered to Songda. Songda returned the crossbow and said to the Tubo people, Dongju said that he's afraid that the articles in the newspaper will affect the friendship between the Tubo of the Tang dynasty. Therefore, he wants to check it carefully. When he's done checking and finds no problems, he'll sell it to you. When the Tubo people heard this, they smiled and looked at the people around them. Did you see that? Li Yi was afraid that he would write something wrong and make the Tubo people unhappy. What are you looking at? If you look again, I'll gouge your eyeballs out. Someone immediately shouted and glared back. The Tubo people quickly turned their gaze to the carriage. They had fewer people and could not win. And even if they could win, so what? In the end, they would still be killed. Zhuangzi made good use of the time and printed another 11,000 copies before noon. Send 107 people out. Each person has a workshop. Distribute it and sell it in front of the workshop. Also, tell the others that there are copies in each workshop and not to rob. Also, tell Songda to sell the newspaper to the Tubo people. It's still 3 coins per copy. Don't overcharge. I'll go write the content for tomorrow's newspaper. For the 3rd chapter of the Romance of the 3 Kingdoms, you guys pick the words first. Tomorrow, bring out 100,000 copies at once. Li Yi said to everyone that he had set the quantity for tomorrow. He needed more editions to be printed together. At noon, the Li family Zhuangzi people were moving quickly. The carriages were carrying people and newspapers. When they reached a place, they put down a person and a pile of newspapers and continued to move. Songde received the order and said to the people around him, "Zhuangzi has sent people here. There are copies in each workshop. Everyone can go there and buy. The ones here will be sold to the Tubo people." "Why should we sell? They are obviously trying to cheat you. The original cost is 12 coins. Selling it for 3 coins. It's a loss. Let's kill them. If we kill them, we won't have to sell it." The people around shouted. The Tubo people were trembling. "No need. Everyone, hurry up and buy it." Songde was afraid of fighting. Since Dongzhu had agreed, there must be a follow-up plan. Everyone left unhappily. The Tubo people did not show any signs of complacency. They were afraid that others would come back. Songde asked people to carry down the bundles of newspapers. He took the money from the Tubo people. 19,000 copies of newspapers were only 57,000 coins. It was a big loss. The Tubo people carried the newspapers and left as fast as they could. It was too dangerous outside. This time, there were people selling newspapers in each workshop. The people who wanted to speculate felt that the atmosphere was not right and did not dare to do anything. In the evening, Li Longji asked Li Yi with concern, "I heard that the Tubo people bought all the newspapers. Did you print another batch and sell it separately?" "Yes, they want to buy. We are open for business. If we limit the quantity, doesn't it mean that we are incompetent? Tomorrow we will print 100,000 copies. 20,000 copies will be sold to the people of the Tang dynasty. As for the other 80,000 copies, we will give it to whoever is willing to buy it." Li Yi said his plan. There was no trace of worry on his face. "Do you have any plans?" Li Qingqi was also concerned. "I plan to teach the paper workshop around here the technology of making newspapers and let them produce it quickly. I will charge 15 coins per copy." Li Yi mentioned that teaching the technology first was a way to buy it from others. The subscription results of this book were too bad. There would not be any recommendations for next week. Readers who read outside the website, if you have the ability, please subscribe to Qijian and vote for a month. Otherwise, the author would starve to death and would not be able to see it anywhere. Bao. Chapter 400. After dinner, Li Yi went back to copy books. Li Longji and Li Qingqi stood outside and chatted while being bitten by mosquitoes. "Third brother, it seems that brother Yi cares a lot about his reputation. Should we take action?" Li Qingqi felt that Li Yi was just trying to save face. Li Longji shook his head. "No, I took action in Lantian County last time. Only then did I know that brother Yi has a whole set of plans. In that case, we can also make arrangements this time. Let's make the arrangements first. If brother Yi really doesn't have any tricks up his sleeve, we will solve it at the critical moment." Li Qingqi thought that it was indeed as his third brother said. Last time, he thought that brother Yi's tricks were only there, so he sent Yao Chong to lead the team personally. Later, he realized that brother Yi had already dug a hole for others to jump into. "I don't think we will be needed. Brother Yi will follow today's method and disperse to various squares or send people to ask who wants to buy newspapers and sign up. There's no need to print 100,000 copies tomorrow. There must be a motive for deliberately selling 80,000 copies to the foreign countries." Li Longji felt that it was interesting. He was guessing where he could find the money. "Third brother, it seems that they are afraid of brother Yi. Otherwise, they wouldn't specifically target a matter of money that is easy to solve." Li Qingqi smiled. He felt the impact of the hot air balloons on those people. "It's just newspapers. They can increase the price. What's the use of buying them if they exceed the cost? In addition, there will be restrictions on sales. Each person can only buy 1 copy. If you have the ability, You can hire a large number of people to buy them. If it were another businessman who immediately responded after today, how much money would they have lost? They are anxious. Rumor has it that the Li family Zhuangzi has made more powerful gunpowder weapons and put them on the hot air balloons to kill a large number of people. Li Longji also smiled. At the same time, he was waiting for the foreign envoys in the Tang dynasty to send back the news. If Tubo was anxious and rushed to fight, he would definitely lose. During the winter, they had just eliminated a lot of their main forces and destroyed the main roads. The morale of the Tang dynasty was at its peak. Tubo wanted to repair the bridge. The army of the Tang dynasty was guarding the bridge. How could they repair it? If they didn't repair it, they could only take a detour. The speed of marching and the consumption of food, or they would have to go in a bigger circle so that the cavalry could come over. There was another method that seemed relatively easy, which was to send someone to infiltrate the Li family Zhuangzi. Whether it was capturing Li Yi or getting the design, drawings, and materials of the hot air balloon, they could at least be used to deal with the Tang dynasty's air force. However, in order to return a child, Brother Yi used his lifespan in exchange for being able to see clearly at night without others being able to see him. Yes, what was that? Elder brother, come with me to find Brother Yi. Li Longji thought of something and pulled Li Qingqi into Li Yi's courtyard. Li Yi was copying a medical book. When he saw the two of them looking at the glass window, he waved his hand and went to open the door. Brother Yi, it suddenly occurred to me that Tubo might be worried about the hot air balloon, so we'll use two methods. Li Longji said directly. Li nodded. One is to attack immediately, hoping that the Tang dynasty will make some kind of guarantee through war. The other is to deal with me. Yes, Brother Yi, you can see other people's things at night, right? Let us have a look so that we can rest assured. Li Longji requested. Okay, please come with me. Li Yi agreed and led the two of them into the monitoring room next door. There were 4 people in the monitoring room, each with a monitor in front of them. Li Yi had only exchanged for 1 surveillance monitor, but he had brought over 3 medical monitors, which were widely used now. It was connected wirelessly and could be used as other monitors after some adjustments. There were a total of 32 monitors, and each monitor showed 8 monitors, so there was no need to switch back and forth. It was dark outside, and some places were lit with lanterns. Only the circle lit by the lanterns could see people, but it was not bright enough. Li Longji and Li Qingqi were stunned by the monitors in front of them. Except for the different colors, they could see everything clearly. Was this the thing that allowed them to see people at night? It's too strange. Zhuangzi's guards specifically placed them in places where there are no lanterns. I have seen these places, and they are the most difficult to watch. Li Qingqi found that there were no lanterns in the places where people could easily sneak in and the important places. It was clearly telling people that it was safe to enter from here. If he did not see it with his own eyes today, how could he believe that there was such a strange thing in the world? Good stuff, I can rest assured now. Li Longji looked at it and said sincerely, together with the winged knights, since the foreigners may have designs on Brother Yi, it's not enough to just have something that can see people. We must have enough troops. Why don't we write a letter to His Majesty and ask His Majesty to send more people over? This is a matter of national security. How can it be taken lightly? Li Qingqi said he found that some people were organizing people to risk their lives to attack. What was the use of being able to see people? Li Longji agreed. No matter what, we must persuade His Majesty. If it doesn't work, let's leave the guards behind. Li Yi looked at the two of them and turned around to leave. After a while, he came back and said to the two of them, I still have a set with me. Brothers, take it back and use it. But there is only 1 monitor, and it needs to be switched back and forth. There is also electricity, and it can't be stopped. I brought a battery with me, and it can be charged, but it can only last for half an hour at most. Brother Yi, you want to exchange your lifespan for it? Li Qingqi's face changed. Li Longji also showed an angry look. It's safe there. Why do you? since I have already exchanged it. I won't exchange it in the future. Brothers, you are considerate of me. I am also worried that something will happen to your Zhuangzi. Li Yi said sincerely. However, he knew that this set of things would eventually enter the palace. Who asked Guizi to come into contact with it that day? He was always being targeted, so he might as well take the initiative to take it out. Anyway, his lifespan had increased a lot recently, and the consumption of this thing was very small. How can I accept this? Li Qingquan's tears came out. Li Longji also frowned, gritted his teeth, and clenched his fists. It's okay. I have a method to maintain my health, and I can slowly recover. Li Yi said. The two of them did not believe him, and thought that Li Yi was just comforting them. Aya. Li Qingqi slapped his thigh hard. Li Longji said to Li Yi seriously, If you want to exchange something in the future, you must tell me. Okay, third brother. Li Yi nodded. But I can't take such a good thing. It will be troublesome if I take it. I will give it to His Majesty, and if His Majesty is happy, he might send the winged knights to protect me. Li Longji said again, and arranged the things clearly. Li Yi was surprised at first, but then expressed that he understood. Next, Li Longji learned how to use it in the monitoring room. Problems with electricity could be solved by manpower. As long as the voltage and current reached the upper limit, it could be maintained. This upper limit was the upper limit of the power output of the human-powered generator. If it was at the highest point, it could be compatible with the equipment below. If it was too big, the equipment below had its own transformer and voltage regulator, so there would be no problem. Li Longji expressed that he understood, and said that he would explain it clearly when he submitted the memorial. He was indeed very interested in this monitoring room, but he did not want to let Li Yi exchange it. Now, the palace was stable, unless there was a problem with the people watching the monitoring room. He decided to send 500 wing knights here. If someone really took the risk, brother, he would not have to exchange his lifespan for a weapon to block it. Chapter 401. The next morning, Li Longji left with his belongings. He was not happy at all. During the court meeting in the palace, his face was gloomy. When the other officials left, and only Yao Chong and the other two were left, he was still as serious as ever. He said to Gao Lisher, the officials from the Li family Zhuangzi in the 20 counties, Keep an eye on them. Record down the names of those who are plotting against us. As you command. Gao Lisher bowed in response. Li Longji then looked at Yao Chong. Minister Yao Chong, Gubin from the censorate is not bad. He impeached my younger brother, Yi, for being arrogant and taking advantage of the army's weapons to become the guards of the winged knights. There are not many officials who can speak frankly. Very good. The Tang dynasty needs people like this, just like Wei Zhang. However, I feel that Guobin is using a sledgehammer to crack a nut in the censorate. Lai Zhou is guarding the sea, an important place for the country. He can be the head of a county. I understand, Yao Chong said as quickly as he could. At the same time, he mourned for Guobin. He was thrown to Lai Zhou with just one impeachment. Could the Tang dynasty be any further? Moreover, he was only a county magistrate in the past, not a provincial governor. Who could a county magistrate control? Zhang Shua looked at Lu Huaishan and communicated with his eyes. What's wrong with His Majesty today? Lu Huaishan, I don't know. Maybe it's because of the newspaper? Zhang Shua's eyes were blank. What did you say? Lu Huaishan mouthed, newspaper. At the same time, he made a gesture of reading a newspaper. Zhang Shua shook his head. Impossible. That's not worth it. Lu Huaishan, maybe, Minister Lu. Li Longji's voice interrupted Lu Huaishan's eye contact. I'm here. Lu Huaishan responded. I heard that the newspaper has the ability to confuse the people. It should be banned. These people are able to see the smallest detail. They should be the pillars of the country. Coincidentally, there is a stone mine in Lantian County. I'm afraid that there might be some loopholes. I can order these people to patrol the area and record every day. Li Longji praised others again, saying that the newspaper should be banned. He was too amazing, farsighted, and sent to guard the mine. I'll definitely get it done. Lu Huaishan also observed a moment of silence for them. He understood that His Majesty's intelligence was not ordinary. Without waiting for Li Longji to call him, Zhang Shuo stood up and said, "Your Majesty, this subject is willing to share Your Majesty's burdens. My younger brother, Yi, wants to promote the new papermaking technology in all the papermaking workshops in the capital. If anyone disagrees, it means that they don't want the Tang dynasty to use new good paper. Minister Zhang, you'll have to work hard." Li Longji ordered Zhang Shuo that if brother Yi wanted to stir up trouble, he could not delay. Whoever found fault at the crucial moment, regardless of whether they were from the public or the government, would be dealt with. This subject is willing to help the people of the Tang dynasty use paper, learn and receive education. Zhang Shuo accepted the order. Li Longji gently nodded and made a sound through his nose. The three of them understood and took their leave. Turning his head, Li Longji said to Gao Lisher, "Send another 1,000 winged knights. They must be new. Learn from the old and learn to endure hardships." This subject understands. Gao Lisher understood Li Longji's meaning. The old would take care of the new, one would take care of two. Enduring hardships meant that they would have to do hard work. "Don't go yet. Come with me. Install some things. Do it quietly and don't let anyone notice." Li Longji saw that Gao Lisher was about to leave and stopped him. Now that the things were brought, they had to be set up properly. The surveillance cameras were all charged and could be directly connected to the wires. The palace was too big, and the wires were not long enough. They could only charge some unimportant parts during the day and put them back when they were full. The wires were the most important parts, so they had to be watched at all times. When Li Longji showed Gao Lisher the images displayed on the screen, and in the backup battery, Gao Lisher was numb. He had no blood in his limbs, and his head was buzzing. How could there be such things in the world? Among them, he completely blocked out the surroundings of a room. It was pitch black, but the surveillance cameras could still be seen clearly. "How is it?" Li Longji asked. "Anyone who is hostile to Li Dongzhu will be killed," Gao Lisher replied. He did not say whether the things were useful or not. He knew that they were from Li Yi. No wonder His Majesty dealt with people today. The two of them discussed where to put them and felt much more at ease. In front of the palace at the end of Vermilion Bird Avenue, Song brought 81,000 copies of the newspaper. The others went to the various shops to sell. 1,000 copies were directly taken away by the people in the palace. 80,000 copies took less than a quarter of an hour to complete the border crossing with the Tubo people. The capital's papermaking workshops received new technology and orders that day. They found that, according to their labor, they could make a profit of 1 copper coin for every 3 or 4 sheets of paper they produced. They could not compare to the efficiency of the Li family Zhuangzi's papermaking workshop. The cost of 1 sheet of paper from the Li family Zhuangzi was 10 copper coins. More importantly, it was difficult for them to find the stones needed to make paper. The most convenient place was Lantian County. Li Yi took 80% of the shares and 80% of the gross profit from buying the stones from Lantian County. In summary, Li Yi spent more than 15 copper coins on each sheet of paper. He earned back part of the profits from the stones. After buying 80,000 copies of the newspaper, the Tubo people were not as happy as they were yesterday. They felt that something was wrong, but they could not figure out what the problem was. Obviously, the cost of the newspaper was high and the selling price was low. Why did they feel scared after buying it? For the next few days, the Li family Zhuangzi's newspaper increased. On the 30th day of the 4th lunar month, the Li family's village sold 300,000 copies of the newspaper to the Japanese. According to Songda, the owner knew that you wanted to take it back and show it to your people. This was the proof of the friendly relationship between the Tang dynasty and you. It could not be cheap or expensive. The paper from other places of the capital's government was delivered to the Li family, Zhuangzi, one after another. They received the money and left happily. Although it took 3 or 4 sheets of paper to make 1 copper coin, there were a lot of them. Moreover, after mastering the technology, they could sell it to others, especially to the outside world, at a higher price. On the morning of the first day of May, Empress Wang came out. She pushed the baby carriage that Li Yi designed and let the workshop know about. There was a canopy above the baby carriage with a mirror facing the sky. It was surrounded by thin sand. The baby lay inside and looked at it with his eyes wide open. In fact, he still could not see anything. His eyesight was not good. Even though Empress Wang had been eating nutritious meals and the baby absorbed them well, he was still developing. He still could not see clearly what he should not see clearly. Empress Wang followed Li Yi's instructions and talked to the baby from time to time. His hearing developed faster than his eyesight. The little guy's eyeballs would move, especially when he waved his hand in front of him. His eyeballs would move, but in fact he still could not see clearly. Ordinary people should be in confinement for a month. Empress Wang was checked by Li Yi. Okay, no need. Mother will take you to the cafeteria. The smell there is so good. You won't even know what kind of dish it is. Empress Wang pushed the baby carriage to the cafeteria. She was going to eat in the cafeteria today. The baby had already been breastfed and his diapers changed. He could hold on for a while. After entering the cafeteria, the little guy's breathing changed, even if his understanding of the smell was not that good. The temperature in the cafeteria was lower than outside. The little guy who had just felt the warmth of the sun finally cooled down. The expression on his face changed slightly. Uncle, seeing the baby's appearance as a mother, it's worth it to do anything for him. Empress Wang sighed to Li Yi. Li Yi smiled and nodded. He did not say anything. He wanted to say Wu Zetian. That woman was not ordinary. Chapter 402. Li Dongzhu. A young man greeted Li Yi as they entered the cafeteria. Have you recovered? Li Yi smiled. Yes. When I woke up, I thought I was in the underworld. Later, I found out that Li Dongzhu's medical skills are superb and can cure terminal illnesses. The one who spoke was Su Xiao, whose brother had been a cadaver for Li Yi and had gotten intestinal abscess. He and his family were temporarily living in Zhuangzi to recuperate. Li was kind. Not only did he feed them well, but he also arranged work for them. Because Su Xiao's family made a living by prospecting, they were always able to find good mines, such as copper, iron, and gold. He didn't say how he found them because it was a secret. Li Yi only had a map and knowledge of prospecting, but he didn't know how to do it. Therefore, he planned to arrange for his family to work with Li Longji at the gold mines and let them decide where to dig. If the family didn't have the ability, they would be asked to leave Zhuangzi after they were cured. Li Yi was kind and didn't want to delay the family from making a living. Staying was kindness, and asking them to leave was kindness. The Su family had always helped others find mines and had seen many situations, such as coercion, bribery, and relationships. They knew their own value and understood the other party's intentions. Song De only mentioned it, and the Su family happily agreed. They waited for Su Xiao to recover so that he could work for the Li family Zhuangzi. His family had been rich before, but they had also suffered great losses. They understood how important it was to find a good employer. Gold, iron, and copper mines, no matter which one was found, should be reported to the imperial court. His family had helped others find mines, but none of them had anything to do with the yamen. How dangerous was that? After some observation, they discovered that the Li family's manor was not a place where the owner of the manor was a commoner. Zhuangzi's guards were usually equipped with crossbows, and the Empress's winged knights were also present. Even the Prime Minister's family didn't receive such treatment, right? Zhuangzi was a big family with a big business. How could he bully a small family like theirs? Just like that, the two sides got to know each other, communicated, and waited for the time to be arranged to find the mine. Other than Su Xiao, the whole family was very happy. Only Su Xiao, could not forget the beauty that Yama had arranged for him. Recently, he had been working hard to learn how to read. He realized that the distance between him and beautiful women was widened by talent and wealth. The beautiful woman's income was very high, and at the same time, she could write and calculate. This morning, he came over at the right time, hoping to meet the beauty by chance. While talking to Li Yi, he looked around, looking for someone. Li Yi didn't know that there was something else going on. He noticed that Su Xiao was looking around, so he thought that Su Xiao was hungry. After saying a few words, he entered the private room. Su Xiao scooped some food for himself and walked around. The cafeteria was one room after another. Where was the beauty? Uncle, there should be a time when you stop selling newspapers to foreign countries. Seeing how much money Zhuangzi has to spend, my heart aches. Empress Wang wanted to know the last resort, so she asked about it now. The 5th of May is the Dragon Boat Festival. It's very lively. I don't know if there will be a dragon boat race, but it just so happens that the mugwort for medical use needs to be picked. Let's start now. I'll ask Songda to arrange it. The people who used to pick tea in the capital government will help to pick the mugwort. After getting it, I'll make it into mugwort sticks and give it to people for moxibustion. This thing can be rolled into a rope and lit at night to smoke mosquitoes. As for the newspaper, there's no hurry. It can still be supported. The newspaper printed on one side can be used to write on the back. I'll think of a way to improve the printing process and see if the back can be printed. That way, the materials can be saved. Today was the 1st of May. Li Yi was talking about the festival. There's a dragon boat, but I can't see it. I have to take care of the baby. Empress Wang said regretfully. Sure enough, after eating, Li Yi asked someone to send a message to the people picking tea to ask for the mugwort. It didn't have to be mugwort. Other mugwort had the same insect repellent effect. As long as it was mugwort, they could pick as much as they wanted. Fang Laoqi's wife, let me tell you a piece of good news. Our Zhuangzi has started to collect mugwort to make incense and mugwort sticks. We want all kinds of mugwort. Dongzhu said that they can be processed and made into a plate of incense. It's cheaper and more convenient than making rope. The price is high and you can earn more than picking tea leaves now. Go back and tell the others so that they can pick the mugwort and send it over. The person who collected the mugwort said to a woman whose husband broke his leg working in the mine and was recuperating. When collecting the mugwort, he tried to set the price as high as possible so that the woman could earn more money. You're collecting mugwort? You want everything? Okay, thank you. I'll definitely tell the others and sell it when the time comes. The woman showed a grateful expression and thanked him again and again. The other people who came with the hired carriage also agreed. The mugwort was almost gone. They were all big leaves and were easier to pick. Many of the tea trees were bald. The price of big leaves was low, especially the leaves that were bitten by insects. The price was even lower. However, the mugwort was easy to pick and the quantity was large, so the income was still considerable. They were worried that in the future, when they heard that a large amount of mugwort was being collected, there would be no need to pick mugwort. There were many mugwort on the roadside, let alone on the mountain. Li Dongzhu is benevolent and righteous. He found us a job to make money again. From last year until now, the money we earned is equivalent to 2 years of income. Quick, go back and tell everyone to harvest mugwort. Li Dongzhu took it and used it on us commoners. Yes, don't keep it a secret. If there are better jobs in the future, others will tell us too. The people who sold the mugwort said one after another. When they finished collecting the mugwort, they rushed back with the money. Some people saw mugwort on the road and wanted to pick it, but they were stopped by others. Now that they had picked it, they had to bring it back. It was a waste of time. There were many mugwort near the water and on the mountain. In any case, the Li family Zhuangzi wanted all kinds of mugwort. They just took sickles and ropes and went to harvest mugwort. In front of the imperial city, the people from the Fan Nation bought 300,000 copies of the newspaper and took out 900,000 yuan. The Li family Zhuangzi had paid more than one chapter and 9 coins. The price of the paper was very high. It was equivalent to the cost of 17 copper coins. In one day, the Li family Zhuangzi lost 2 million yuan selling mugwort to the Fan Nation. The Li family Zhuangzi was selling large amounts of soap and perfumed soaps to raise money. They couldn't wait until they ran out of money. In Hunan province, no one used locusts to exchange for the chickens and ducklings. The commoners realized that it was not worth it. They would rather keep the locusts to feed the chickens and ducks. They paid to buy the chickens and ducklings. The first batch of money was being sent back to support the Zhuangzi's newspaper war. Because of the newspaper incident, the whole of Chang and became strange. Even the commoners understood that this was a war between the Li family Zhuangzi and the Fan Nation. The commoners were anxious. Seeing the Li family Zhuangzi spend money like water, they didn't know how to help. Should they give the Li family Zhuangzi money? They might as well go to Honglu Temple and kill him or rob the Fan Nation of their money. The businessmen wanted to raise money for Li Yi. They were not afraid that the money would go to waste. Li Yi had the skills. They were calculating. Li Yi had received 210,000 yuan in Lantian County. If they paid 4,200 yuan a day, it could last for more than 50 days. It was still early. The Li family Zhuangzi could still continue. Based on the Li family Zhuangzi's previous sales, it could last for at least a year. After calculating, they realized that the Li family Zhuangzi was too rich. The toilet water had not been sold in large quantities yet. This meant that the Li family Zhuangzi was not in a hurry. The Fan Nation's people were in a hurry. What was Li Yi doing? He was at a disadvantage, but he still wanted to gain more. Brothers and sisters who read books on other websites, if conditions permit, should subscribe to Qidian. The book's results were good, the author's status was good, and there were many updates. If they couldn't eat, they would lose everything. Bao. Chapter 403. In the Honglu Temple, a large group of people from various tribes were at a loss. The smell of ink seemed to be everywhere. With so many newspapers piled up there, they were in no mood to read them. Let's buy a few more days. There's no place to put them. Why don't we burn them or throw them away? Someone suggested. The smell was too strong. All right. Someone agreed and prepared to burn them outside the city. With so many papers in the city, the smoke would be too big. Others thought about it and felt that it was feasible. Just as they were about to act, an official from the Honglu Temple came over. His Majesty heard that you want to take back the newspapers of the Tang dynasty. He said that the friendship between the Tang dynasty and the various states can be witnessed by heaven and earth. He was just worried that you would not keep them well and lose them, so he sent us to help. With the newspapers, there is friendship. The official from the Honglu Temple said to the group of people who were about to burn the newspapers. He told them not to lose the newspapers. Couldn't they buy them? Didn't he say that he wanted to bring them back? The people from the Fan Nation repeatedly agreed and promised to take good care of them. Not a single one would be missing. The official from the Honglu Temple left. Before he left, he said that he would look at them at night to see the evidence of friendship. The people from various tribes looked at each other. It was over. They couldn't burn them even if they wanted to. This was not a matter of war. It was just that they would be killed first. The newspapers were friendship. What should the envoys do when they destroy the friendship? The official from the Honglu Temple returned to his room and opened a box. He took out toilet water and soap, and a smile appeared on his face. These things were given by the people of the Li family Zhuangzi, who sold the newspapers this morning. Their purpose was to prevent the Fan Nation from getting rid of the newspapers. This kind of small matter could be handled by themselves without others. They said that it was the emperor, but the emperor did not have the time to care. The official from the Honglu Temple thought that the emperor would not care. When the Emperor Li Longji was talking to the prime ministers in the main hall, Xiao Huangmen slipped in through the door and moved close to the wall to Gao Lisher's side. Gao Lisher went over and said a few words to Xiao Huangmen, then moved to the door and left. In fact, everyone saw it, but it was just an attitude. Li Longji looked at Gao Lisher, and so did Yao Chong and the others. This morning, Li Yi asked someone to bribe the officials of the Honglu Temple with toilet water and soap. The officials went to warn the people of the foreign countries not to throw away or burn the newspapers. Gao Lisher didn't hide anything and directly said it. Are you trying to make them have no place to put their newspapers so that they won't buy them anymore? Zhang Shuo said something that even he didn't believe. How could that be? Lu Huaishan shook his head and offered a solution. They can rent a house outside. Yao Chong frowned. Could it be that Li Yi asked them to transport the newspapers back after they bought so many of them? Could it be that our people are guarding them along the way? When he said this, everyone thought about it and felt that it made sense. Baggage was the most important thing when marching to war. Transporting so many newspapers back and forth would definitely require a lot of manpower and resources. Your Majesty, how long can Li Yi's family last? Yao Chong wanted to know how many more days the newspaper could be sold. If there were 300,000 copies a day, it would be 3 million in 10 days and 30 million in 100 days. I don't know. Li Longji didn't want to reveal the truth. In fact, he really didn't know. He only knew that if Li Yi was willing, new and valuable things would immediately appear. For example, those cosmetics and mirrors weren't even sent out. Your Majesty, if Li Yi really wants to provoke the foreign countries to transport the newspapers back, we should send the winged knights to guard them. Even if it's raining, the newspapers can't be wet. If the words are blurred, how can it show the sincerity of the Tang dynasty? I don't care about the wind and rain along the way. Just protect the newspaper well. Buy tarps and cover the carriages properly. If there's even the slightest mistake, the winged knights will kill them. I agree. Lu Huaishan also said, the amount of money spent to transport so many newspapers back was even more than what the Li family's farm had lost. Approved. Li Longji agreed. He wanted to see the final result. If they could think of it, the foreign countries also thought of it that night. Once again, they gathered together to discuss. When the number of newspapers increases, the Tang dynasty will order us to transport them back. The mountains are high and the road is long. When the newspapers are sent back, the Li family Zhuangzi will lose 14 coins per copy. How much will we have to pay? A small tribe was worried. They were poor and couldn't afford to pay. I don't think we can even afford the travel expenses. We don't have much money now. Why don't we sell some of the jewelry we brought? Another person was worried. If we sell more, we won't be able to afford it if something big happens. A Tujue tribe leader was distressed. The jewelry was convenient to carry around. Their tribes had brought it with them in case of emergency. There weren't any big issues such as arranging for people to find a way to get the technology of hot air balloons. Don't buy them tomorrow. Find someone and see if they can enter the Li family Zhuangzi. Whether it's a person or a blueprint, if we can get one, we will do our best to send it back. The Tubo people began to plan. They couldn't wait any longer. The news of the hot air balloons was spreading. When the news got back, the higher-ups didn't even dare to let the ordinary people know. Otherwise, the people's morale would be affected. On the second day of May, when the Li family Zhuangzi people brought 300,000 copies of newspapers to the door, the person who Tubo bought all of them came out. We won't buy anything today. It's enough, he said to the village owner. The village owner looked at him and suddenly laughed. You won't buy anything? Why? Are you looking down on the culture of the Tang dynasty? Are you looking down on the friendship of the Tang dynasty? Are you rejecting the goodwill of the Tang dynasty? A series of questions were shouted. The people who came to watch the show were immediately angry. Yes, you can buy as much as you want. If you don't want to buy, you can't buy. How can there be such a good thing in the world? If you don't buy, you are looking down on us. This is war. You will kill and bleed. Make more hot air balloons. Send them to the border now. Beat them up a few times. Did you see that? The foreigners are humiliating us. Chop them up and feed them to the dogs. Are you buying or not? Say it. Yes. The Tubo person swallowed his saliva and nodded with a pale face. We will buy. We value the friendship of the Tang dynasty, he emphasized again. He suddenly wanted to cry. Who came up with the idea? It was said to attack the Li family Zhuangzi. How did it become a competition of money? Please wait a moment. I will go back and get the money, the Tubo person said and ran in. The Honglu temple was very close to the imperial city. After he went in, he told everyone about the matter. Everyone reluctantly agreed to buy. It was just a competition. Let's see how long Zhuangzi can last. They strengthened their confidence, took out the money, carried it out, and exchanged it for bundles of newspapers. Along the way, they were threatened and intimidated by the people of the Tang dynasty. They shouted that the newspapers must be kept and sent back for their people to read. The officials of the Honglu temple didn't say anything to calm them down. They just pretended that they didn't know. When all the newspapers were carried back, the day's business was over. Everyone was not in a good state. Prepare the money for tomorrow. As for the newspapers, find a house to rent and put the newspapers in. Don't leave them beside you. They will choke and make you dizzy. The Tubo person made the arrangements, as if he was exhausted. The others went out to look for houses. At this time, carriages carrying newspapers were on the road to the 20 counties. They were responsible for delivering the newspapers to be sold. Chapter 404. They are collecting wormwood. The Li family Zhuangzi is collecting wormwood. The people who received the newspaper today first read the story, then read the general knowledge of life. It also introduced the cooperation between the Tang dynasty's Team Dai and the Ministry of Works. After reading further, there was a short paragraph. From today onwards, the Li family Zhuangzi of Baishui will buy wormwood at a high price, regardless of species. The more, the better. When he saw this paragraph, he shouted out loudly. When the others heard this, they all went forward to inquire. Not long after, many people in Chang and ran out to look for wormwood. It was the Dragon Boat Festival, and wormwood was most effective at this time. In Lantian County, a carriage arrived. The person on the carriage shouted, "Newspaper, Chang'an's newspaper, today's new newspaper. We will send it to everyone every day in the future." The counties around the capital already knew that the newspaper was coming out. Some people even brought a few back from Chang, and the rich families and scholars in the county borrowed the newspaper from the people who brought it back, and some directly copied it. It was just that the distance was long, and they couldn't personally go to Chang and to buy a newspaper. Now that they heard that there were people who specially sent it to them, the people next to the carriage ran over. "Is the price still 3 coins? We can pay 5 coins. A person dressed like a scholar took out 5 copper coins. 3 coins, the price will not change. In the future, there will be a carriage delivering the newspaper early in the morning. Lantian County is the closest, so we will send 500 copies first. If it's not enough, we will increase the number. Don't be anxious. Don't buy it and sell it at a higher price." The people in Zhuangzi set the price and introduced the situation after tomorrow. The people in Lantian County were happy and paid for it. The scholars generously read it to the illiterate people. The rich families bought it and ran back to Dongzhu. In other counties, as the carriage arrived, the situation in Lantian County was repeated. "Quickly go and pick wormwood." The newspaper said that they are buying in large quantities and the price is high. The people who read the newspaper read it out, and the people asked each other to cut the wormwood. The next day, the people who sent tea leaves were all bundles of wormwood. "Go! Ask those 30 imperial physicians to lead the farmers to separate the wormwood into different types. Don't mix them together. Wormwood is the best for making moxa sticks." Li did not move. Wasn't there an imperial physician around? It just so happened that the 50 Zhuangzi nurses could learn from him. While Zhuangzi was working hard to harvest the wormwood, the people of the Chamberlain of Dependencies were sighing. "Why don't you rent us a house? We've already offered a very high price." When the Turkic people smelled the nauseating stench of ink, they couldn't raise their spirits at all. When he first smelled it, he thought that it smelled good. But after spending all day with the same smell, he felt dizzy. They didn't know that the people from the Li family Zhuangzi printing workshop were wearing masks and taking turns to enter. I also couldn't rent a house on my side. When they heard that we were the ones renting, the other party rejected us. The sharp-toothed people didn't dare to accept. Another Turk covered his mouth with his sleeve as he spoke. Unfortunately, his clothes were full of the stench of ink and couldn't block it at all. "We can't wait any longer. According to the people we send out, other than the hot air balloon in the palace, the Li family Zhuangzi has made a new one. So far, there are a total of 7 hot air balloons in use. I also heard that the Imperial Works Supervisor and the Ministry of Finance are working together to make them. It won't be long before a large number of hot air balloons appear and are transported to the border. Everyone, once the Tang dynasty uses the hot air balloons to achieve victory, the Tang dynasty's attitude towards the outside world will definitely change." The Tubo people spoke of the seriousness of the matter. The production of the hot air balloons was too fast. Tubo was the most dangerous. Tubo had cities, farmlands, and workshops. The Turkic tribes on the grasslands could run if they couldn't win. Their cavalry was fast and could move whenever they wanted. Tubo could be occupied and built into the Tang dynasty cities. In addition, Tubo coerced many small tribes to help Tubo fight against the Tang dynasty. When targeting the 10 Turkic families, they attacked endlessly. Many of the 10 Turkic families were forced to side with the Tang dynasty. The other courtyards of the Honglu Temple were occupied by the envoys of the 10 Turkic families. The alliance was not stable enough and would break up easily. Moreover, they would turn around and become enemies. What's the arrangement? A Turkic man made up his mind. Choose good people to go. The back is not good, and the imperial plantation is even worse. We can only enter through the Ba River. Choose good swimmers, and swim upstream and downstream at night. But we don't know the location of the workshop that makes the hot air balloons. I heard that there are many workshops in Zhuangzi and there are people patrolling. The Tubo people began to analyze and deploy. They chose to go by water, but the difficulty was that they couldn't determine the location. "Why don't we just catch someone and ask?" Another Tubo man sneered. "Go outside the city and find someone. It will be very troublesome if we are caught." The Tubo man lowered his voice. What he meant was that Tubo would send people first, and then everyone else would prepare. If they succeeded the first time, they would find a way to send the information away. If the first time didn't work, the other party would be prepared and they would have to organize a second time and send more people. Everyone nodded in support. At noon, a group of Tubo people wandered around Shi City. They first tasted snacks, then looked at other goods. When they saw something they liked, they haggled with the seller and bought it. After eating and shopping, they went to the place where livestock were sold. They looked at the cows and horses and asked about the price. They seemed to be considering how much profit they could make if they took Tubo's cows and horses. They also helped others to talk about the advantages and disadvantages of the horses. They looked like experts. When the group returned, it was still the same people, but one of them had changed. He was not a person who went out, but a man who brought 3 horses to sell in Shi City. This man was also Tubo people. It was easy to tell from his appearance. There were many foreigners in Chang and of the Tang dynasty. They did all kinds of business and acted as translators. There was a place where horses were sold in Shi City. Some people did not have horses themselves, so they looked after the livestock for others to earn commission. Even if the livestock was sick, these people could help take a look at it and write a prescription for it. When it was almost dark, the man who sold the horses led them out of the city gate. He drove the 3 horses to the west. After walking for a while, the sky was completely dark. He got on the horse and led the other 2 horses to gallop away. At a fork in the road, he turned north. North was Xianying County. After more than half an hour, he arrived at Xianying County. He did not go into the county. There was a ruined temple on the mountain next to it. In the past, people would come to this temple to burn incense or to stay overnight. But later, there was a rumor that there was something unclean in this temple. The old people's children stayed there for a night and never went back. There was also a rumor that, at night, there would be the sound of a woman crying. After listening for a long time, people would follow the sound of the crying and be fascinated. After a long time, people talked less about this ruined temple, not to mention going there at night. The man on horseback went to the temple. When he reached a place where he could not ride a horse, he would stop and lead the horse. The sound of hooves could be heard. When he entered the ruined temple, he did not see anyone. He took out a small bag from his chest and put it under the altar for burning incense. Then he turned and left. After a quarter of an hour, a figure appeared. He ran to the altar and quickly took out the thing under it. Then he disappeared. Chapter 405. On the 5th day of May, the Dragon Boat Festival arrived. Every household made zongzi and went out to buy zongzi without cooking. Many people in Tang and didn't cook. They just went out to buy food. A small number of people didn't cook because they were lazy. Most of them didn't have a kitchen. Chang and was the capital of the Tang dynasty. Just like the capital of Li Yi's time, several people rented a house. The kitchen had been converted into a bedroom. Every room that could be squeezed in was better than the entire place. For the tenants who couldn't afford to live in a house, it was cheaper to squeeze in with other people. Of course, the Tang dynasty didn't have a way to make money by letting people live in the basement. There were cellars, but no one lived there. Li family zhuangzi was also making zongzi. Usually, each person could eat one zongzi to taste it. They ate too well on weekdays and didn't like to eat other festival food. However, Zhuangzi made a lot of zongzi to give to the people who were still building houses. Zhang family village proposed to give those people 5,000 zongzi with jujubes. As for meat in zongzi, it was not popular at the moment. Zongzi with meat in it tasted like pork mixed with rice. Those pools are very lively today. There are dragon boats and water dances. Empress Wang pushed the baby out to bask in the sun. The main thing was that she was basking in the sun. The baby was in the carriage, covered by a curtain, and there were palace maids fanning him through the gauze. The little guy was lying there with his eyes open. He looked at a doll hanging above. When the wind blew, the doll moved slightly. The baby's eyesight was not good. He was sensitive to light, so he could see blurry things. However, he was willing to work hard to make his eyes move. Dragon Boat Festival is good. Li Yi sat there and wrote. He drew a few more strokes and put a small book next to him. This is right. The two I wrote before were too fake. They didn't look real, but I think any one of them will do. It's just that I have to keep improving. Li Yi was satisfied with his work. The only thing he didn't know was whether it could be used. Songda came over. Dongzhu, the street sign is done. Should I nail it now? Nail, hang up the lanterns too. The Dragon Boat Festival is very lively. People come and go, and there are so many water sports. Some people who had seen other people's water shows during the day decided to take advantage of the hot weather at night to play in the water. Anyway, with the ball following them, both adults and children were at ease. More importantly, it's not the 15th of the month today. The moon isn't bright enough, and there's only one little girl. When Li Yi was talking about the festival, Empress Wang felt that something was wrong. At the end of the afternoon, Li Longji, who was watching the dragon boat together, got off work and stopped playing. His thoughts were all on his son in Zhuangzi. If it weren't for the fact that he was too young, he would have carried him over to look at him. The Empress was not present, and he did not call the concubines to his side. She was afraid that she would have to stay in the palace for a while after work today. When they arrived at Zhuangzi, the sky was still bright. Li Yi didn't copy books today, so he stayed outside in the shade and watched the kites in the sky. Li Longji went to see his son first. The child was asleep, and he didn't get to see him crying. Brother E, did you notice that my son doesn't like to cry? He cries occasionally, and he'll be fine soon. Li Longji sat next to Li Yi, picked up the teapot on the table, and poured tea for the teacups. Why would he cry if there's no reason for him to cry? The newborns in Zhuangzi don't cry much. Usually, when they're hungry, they feel uncomfortable and cry. After drinking milk and changing diapers, they won't cry anymore. In addition, the light is not suitable. When the child sleeps, he can't sleep and cries. When there's no light and it's night, the body's magnetic field changes. He feels uncomfortable and cries. When you don't talk to him, he cries. When you need silence, there's a lot of noise, he cries. Li Yi continued to talk about the reasons why the baby cried. When the baby cried, he would consider several aspects and make changes, and the child would be fine. Or he was sick, and he would quickly check. Sometimes when the child cries, the adult will hug and shake him, and the child will fall asleep. Li Longji also expressed his opinion. Hug and shake. Oh, how could I forget such a good thing? Someone, tell the craftsman to make a basket that can put the baby in. It can be hung from the top, the kind that can be swayed from side to side. When it's done, put a soft cushion under it. The baby can be placed in it and gently shaken. There's no need for people to shake it. It's hot to hug in summer, but it must be a child after 3 months. It can't be too young. Li Yi suddenly thought of a good thing, a cradle. The cub ran away and went to find the craftsman. Is it something to coax the child to sleep? Li Longji guessed. Yes, according to medicine, it can stimulate the vestibular nerve of the child, and it's said to help the child grow. Li Yi had a cradle when he was a child. Others said that the cradle was not good, but he felt that he could do it. There was no problem. Must it be hung? Li Longji thought for a moment and shook his head like a coal ball. A baby carriage is fine, or you can just make a wooden frame with a shaft. Make a batch tomorrow and pass it out. But it must be made clear that it can't be swayed too hard. It has to be swayed gently from side to side. It can't be done if it's too young. Li Yi suggested other ways, such as the hanging one. Anyone could make a basket and tie it with a rope. Okay, let's see. In fact, the rocking chair you make is also comfortable for adults. Li Longji decided to take a look at the real thing and observe the child's reaction to consider whether to promote it. Li looked up and continued to look at the kite. After a while, he said, add incense, gunpowder, and alchemical fire oil to the kite. When the wind is good, he was talking about the method used by later dynasties, which was used to burn the enemy's provisions and release a large group of kites. Brother E, what's the difference between this and the Kongming lantern? It's already good enough to use kites to send messages outside the city. Li Longji was still worried that it would be copied. The simpler it was, the less he wanted to use it. He already had gunpowder, but it wasn't as good as Li Yi's. However, with incense and alchemical fire oil, it was still possible. During dinner, the cradle was used. Zhuangzi put in the children who were more than 3 months old, but not those who were more than 6 months old. Generally, the cradle only needed to be shaken for a quarter of an hour. The evaluation of the cradle was very good. It was indeed suitable for babies to sleep. Even if they didn't need to sleep, they would be very happy to be rocked in the cradle. Empress Wang was envious. Other people's children could be rocked in the cradle, but hers had to wait. Third brother, there's something I need to tell you. It's about the situation of the guards. They may or may not be useful. Let's prepare first. Li Yi told Li Longji about the situation when they were almost done eating. Li Longji nodded. Okay, I'll make the arrangements. The moon on the 5th day of the lunar month had moved to the west and would set before midnight. The moon in the sky blinked. There was no curfew in Chang and city, and it continued to be lively during the day. By the Ba River, a group of people who had gone there to swim in the evening and hadn't left since then were packing their bags. There were other people playing around before, but they all left after dark. One of the people whispered a few words and waved his hand. A total of 6 people carried their bags and slid into the water with reed tubes in their mouths. Soon, they disappeared from the surface of the water. Chapter 406. Seeing the 6 people enter the water, those on the shore found a place to hide, ready to help at any time. This time it was Tubo who took action. Other forces did not participate. If they succeeded, they would not tell other tribes. They would tell others that they did not succeed and let others try again. If other tribes really came, how could Zhuangzi, who had lost something, not strengthen their defense? The 6 people in the water did not have time to think too much. They could not see the situation under the water, so they could only swim by feeling. There were stones, clothes, and short weapons in the package. Otherwise their bodies would float in the water. In the afternoon, they swam to see if the weight of the stones could be just right for them to swim without floating. Even at night, they did not relax their vigilance. They saw people patrolling on the opposite shore during the day, but they could not see them because it was dark. The stars in the sky were shining, and the water surface was fluctuating so people could be found. Of course, they could not swim directly to this place. They had to swim downstream. It was too high for them to swim to the opposite shore. There was a canal below, separating Li family Zhuangzi and Zhang family village. There were 3 bridges over the canal. They had to go ashore under one of the bridges, walk diagonally, and finally climb over. About half an hour later, the 6 people still did not emerge from the water. They estimated the distance according to the speed of the water and their own swimming speed. After another half an hour, someone quietly poked his head out. He found that it was about 40 steps to the destination, so he pulled the rope to remind the other 5 people. The 5 people felt the pull of the rope and poked their heads out of the water. With the help of the lanterns on the bridge, they were almost there. The 6 people once again poked their heads in. They controlled their bodies in the water and looked at the lanterns through the water. As the lanterns got closer, the 6 people untied the ropes on their bodies and rushed to the shore at the same time. The water flowed downwards, so they were crossing diagonally. When they arrived, they happened to be under the bridge. They did not move, but listened to the footsteps. They had seen the patrolling team of 10 people during the day and figured out the pattern. Dong, dong, dong. Orderly footsteps sounded, and the 6 people hiding in the dark under the bridge nodded to each other. The footsteps were getting closer, and they felt the position facing them. Then the sound became smaller. The 6 people rolled ashore, quickly opened the package, took out the gray clothes inside and put them on. With a weapon in hand, he arched his back and ran diagonally upwards. When they reached a high wall, the 2 of them squatted down and stood on the shoulders of the other 2. The 2 people below waited. The person above moved his ankle, and the 2 quickly got up. When the 2 of them reached the highest point, the person on top leaped up with all his might. He stretched out his hands and placed his fingers on the edge. He did a pull-up and stuck his eyes out to look. There was no one around. He flipped his elbow up and supported his upper body up. He put one leg on the side and rolled. He lay on the ground, motionless. After a few breaths, he took out a rope from his bosom and slid it down. The person below grabbed the rope and stepped onto the wall. The people who came up later also took out ropes. This time, 2 people came up and 2 more people came up. They nodded to each other, signaled each other, and trotted through the darkness ahead. The last of the 6 had just hidden in the darkness when the sound of footsteps rang out again. They lay on the ground, their hearts beating rapidly. A group of people walked over, and some of them glanced over before turning their heads away. When this group of people left, the 6 of them didn't dare to stay any longer and moved forward in the shadows. When they bypassed 2 unoccupied bungalows, the 6 of them looked at each other and signaled to each other. They wanted to catch someone and ask where the destination was. Suddenly, one of them pointed to the place where the lantern outside was shining. The other 5 looked over. They saw the words, bath area, canteen, workshop area. At the same time, there were arrows. The 6 of them, yes, follow the arrows. In the monitoring room, Li Qingqi looked at the 6 of them and whispered, as if he was afraid that the 6 of them would hear him. Li Longji watched from the other side. Brother Yi's precautionary measures really came in handy. The 6 of them are quite capable. I'm afraid that they will be anxious and catch people blindly. That's why the patrol team only has 10 people each. Even if they send 20 people in, they won't dare to do anything to 10 people. Li Yi breathed a sigh of relief. His efforts didn't go to waste. He wasn't sure if the French would send people, but he thought it was possible. Let's go. Follow the arrows. There are still people patrolling ahead. Be careful. Don't make too much noise. Otherwise, they will have to take action. Li Qingqi was worried about the 6 of them. You have to stay calm. The 6 of them were overjoyed. While secretly cursing Zhuangzi's people for being stupid, they chose a dark place to move forward. After walking for a while, a sign appeared in front of them again. The sign said, "Workshop area, Forest Frog Farm." The 6 of them understood and followed the arrows. Once again, they avoided 2 patrol teams. Before the 6 of them had time to curse why there were so many patrol teams, they saw a sign in front of them. Workshop area, vineyard. They were helpless. We haven't arrived yet. Why is the workshop so deep in the forest? But then they thought about it. Yes, if it were them, they would also ensure their safety. The deeper they were, the safer it would be. After a few times, the sign in front of them finally changed. It became bigger. It said, "Carpenter Workshop, Blacksmith Workshop, Gunpowder Workshop, Toilet Water Workshop, Soap Workshop, Hot Air Balloon Workshop." Seeing so many workshops, the 6 of them were envious and wanted to go to all of them. Fortunately, they understood the purpose of this trip and went directly to the Hot Air Balloon Workshop. This time, they didn't waste too much time and arrived at the Hot Air Balloon Workshop. There were people working here. The sound of people talking and the sound of things being processed were mixed together. The 6 of them were dumbfounded again. What should they do? Which of the rooms in front of them could store the blueprint? What if it wasn't stored inside? Just when they were in trouble, a voice suddenly came from one of the rooms in the workshop. "Little Chi? Little Chi, where the hell did you go? The blueprint for this new part is drawn. Hurry up and send it to the secret room." "Coming, coming. Let's go to the toilet." Another voice sounded. Then a man around 18 or 19 years old ran over from the toilet in front. The man entered the room and came out shortly. He had an extra book in his hand. It seemed to be the blueprint for a new part. He went around the front. The 6 of them looked and saw a shadow on the other side. They hurried over. After entering, they found that it was a small path. They sped up. After running out, they saw little Chi opening the door of a room with key. He unlocked the door and went in. After a while, he came out. He locked the door and went back the way he came. Tubo's people continued to look for the shadow. They ran to the back of a row of houses and counted the positions. They saw it. There was a window here. It was papered over. Looking from the outside, it was very dark inside. There was no light. One of the 6 people took out a knife and pried open the window. He reached in through the gap of the window, found the latch, and opened it bit by bit. The other 5 people held weapons and were vigilant of the surroundings. There was sweat on their noses. They pried, and it felt like time was passing very slowly. "It's done." The person who pried open the window whispered. As his voice fell, the window was pulled open by him. One person went up to the windowsill first and went in. The others didn't move. After a dozen breaths, the person who went in first poked his head out. Only then did the remaining 5 climb in. After the window was closed, the 6 people let out a long breath. Chapter 407. After a slight noise, a flame jumped out. It was an alcohol lighter. The 6 of them looked at each other with mockery in their eyes. They seemed to be saying that the good tools they used were sold by Li Yi. They turned around and looked inside the reference room. There was an empty space in the middle. There was nothing by the window, the door, and one wall. On the other side of the wall, there was a big cabinet with many drawers, like those in a pharmacy. The 6 of them separated. 2 of them guarded the window. 2 of them guarded the door, and 2 of them went to the cabinet. There were words on the drawers: improvement of the hanging basket, improvement of the rope, improvement of the surface coating of the hot air balloon. These were not things that the 2 of them needed until they saw a drawer with the words, hot air balloon manufacturing diagram. One of them blocked the light with his body, and the other carefully opened the drawer. There was a book in the drawer. He took it out and flipped through it. There were pictures and instructions. The drawing was still disassembled, and in the end it was assembled. The 2 of them nodded to each other. The one who took out something looked at his hand with the help of the light. There was dust on it. He put the drawer on the edge and pushed it in. At this time, the flame of the lighter went out. The 6 of them groped their way to the window and stood there to listen. After a few seconds, they opened the window and jumped out. At this time, they could not go out first. Once they were discovered, they could only rush out. It was useless to hide in the house. The next step was to follow the path they came from. They took a detour again to avoid the annoying patrol team. When they reached the river, they took off their clothes, wrapped the diagram, and went into the water again with the hollow reed in their mouths. They did not swim back. If they went back, they would go against the current. They continued to go down. Every once in a while, they poked their heads out to look. After about 3/4 of an hour, they went ashore at a place downstream. They put on their clothes again and ran to the opposite side of the road. 2 of them stayed behind, and the 3 of them moved forward quickly. The one in the middle carried the diagram. He did not feel tired and kept moving forward. It's done. Now we can trick them. Not just once, but for a long time. They can't make it in Chang. And when Li heard the news from the people behind him, he revealed a happy smile. Those people thought they could run away, but they did not know that someone was following them with infrared binoculars. Now that it was dark, it was impossible for them to enter the city, which meant that there was a stronghold outside. As for whether or not to destroy that stronghold, that would depend on the demand. A place that was already known was much better than a place that the enemy would send people to build a new one that they didn't know about. Let's drink and celebrate. Li Qingqi didn't want to sleep. He was too excited just now. Finally, a set of blueprints had been successfully given to the Tubo people. The Tubo people should be very happy. Li Longji thought for a moment. There seemed to be nothing important tomorrow, so he said, "Yes, Brother E, let's drink." Drink. Li Yi was also nervous and needed to drink to relax. His follow-up plan hadn't come out yet, but he could already scam those foreigners now. He was happy. The 3 of them rushed to the cafeteria and found a few cold dishes to go with the wine. Only half a caddy of wine was boiled. Li Qingqi picked up a broad bean and threw it into his mouth, chewing it. He swallowed it and said, "I wonder what their expressions will be when they find out that there is something they want but have very little of. That's why we can sell it to them and use another item to sell it." Li Yi drank a mouthful of wine and exhaled a mouthful of wine. He felt comfortable all over. "Otherwise, Brother E, how will you deal with it?" Li Longji asked. "It's a secret. I need to study it again. This thing is not only useful to them, but also to the people of the Tang dynasty." Li Yi didn't say anything. He wanted to wait until the final confirmation. Otherwise, he would be happy for nothing. However, he was very confident about it. It was recorded in the data. The 3 of them were eating and drinking. One of the Tubo people had already run to the water and called out. The group of people followed him. They didn't ride horses. The sound of the horses' hooves was too obvious. Now they were like birds that were startled by the twang of a bow. They felt that whoever they saw was coming to catch them. They went around the Chang and city from the east to the west. Then they separated on the road and walked all the way to the ruined temple. There was a large group of people following them about 4 or 5 miles away. They didn't ride horses, but they had a carriage. They looked like they were going on a normal journey. The bell on the horse's neck was taken off. At such a distance, people couldn't hear the sound of the horse's hooves at all. The carriage was equipped with weapons to prevent the other party from being at a disadvantage when fighting. Along the way, The people in front turned and went to Xianying. Is there a stronghold in Xianying? Guizi asked. Fan Fan shook his head, indicating that he didn't know. I know. There's a ruined temple before entering the county. It's said that a lot of people died there. I think that's their stronghold. A soldier of the Winged Knights said. Guizi nodded. It seems that the capital magistrate has to ask around in all the counties to find out where the mysterious things are. If we keep going like this, won't we walk until dawn? Fan Fan estimated the distance and felt depressed. There are horses. I see horses. They are getting on the horses. The person standing on the carriage and looking through the telescope suddenly said, Untie the horses. You wait here. I'll go. Guizi stretched out his hand and asked for the telescope. He carried a bow on his back, 2 quivers of arrows, and a broadsword. He got on the horses and rode one. He didn't take a crossbow at all. A crossbow was of little use to him. He just needed to shoot arrows. The others were also relieved. As long as the horses were fine, their boss wouldn't be in danger. 3 hours later, the sound of horse hooves could be heard. Guizi was riding back. He nodded. It's that ruined temple. Let's go up. There are people in the forest on the way. Then he touched the telescope. It's good. We can see the enemy at night, but the enemy can't see us. What a pity. Dongzhu has already made a lot of things. With the hot air balloon, who cares if they are discovered? Fan Fan was optimistic. Let's go back. Then we'll send people to disguise as people from other industries and find out more about their situation. Guizi ordered. The team returned to the city. They went to the Forbidden Garden in the north of Chang and city. Then they took the horses and returned to Zhuangzi. This way they could save some time. They were relaxed. A large group of people in the Honglu Temple were drinking. The dishes were left untouched. Everyone just drank from time to time. They sat and looked at each other. They didn't want to talk or sleep. The people of Tubo were anxious and expectant. The people of the other tribes were worried that they would be caught and couldn't take the torture. They would give them up. Of course, they also suspected that even if they succeeded, the people of Tubo would say that they failed. The people of Tubo would make a lot of hot air balloons on their own and turn around to threaten them. Everyone, don't worry. Even if it doesn't work, our people should be able to come back. They are very cautious. If they can't do it, they will give up. The people of Tubo guessed what the others were thinking. He was the first to say that if they couldn't do it, they wouldn't have the blueprints if they gave up. We can't get it and then say that we don't have it. Then we can make it to hit our own people. A Tujua man said. No, we've already agreed. Everyone listen. If that's the case, I'll be the first to object. The Tubo man promised. Chapter 408. Early in the morning of the 6th of May, the Tubo people in Honglu Temple went out as soon as the city gates opened. As usual, they arrived at Shi City and went to the livestock market to have a look. Then they went to eat and came back. They sat next to the food stall and chose mutton soup. They had to drink early in the morning. They did not sleep at all last night and were exhausted. However, they only took a look at the horse market and were full of energy. It seemed that they could stay up for another night. Not far from them, several members of the Yulin Flying Cavalry had changed into casual clothes and were also drinking mutton soup to keep up with the pace. When the Tubo people went to the livestock market, they followed them and recognized 2 of them. The 2 of them had 6 horses today and were introducing the advantages of the 6 horses to others. When the Tubo people finished their mutton soup, the Winged Knights finished their mutton soup. However, they did not drink. They looked at the group of Tubo people who were discussing about the horses. Some people switched to the group, and some people switched to the other groups. They understood that this was how the Tubo people transmitted information. When the Tubo people returned to Honglu Temple, the others surrounded them. No, the patrols are too dense. We can't get in at all. The wall outside is high. We only have a chance at the bridge. But over there, Sai. The person who was switched said to the others with a helpless and regretful face. The Tubo people sighed as well. It seemed that if they did not succeed this time, their country would be destroyed. The people from other tribes looked carefully and were skeptical. The two Jue people asked, "Where are you?" "Under the bridge. If you are willing, we can bring your people there in a few days. Then we will come back and see if your people can go up." The person who was switched did not seem angry. Instead, he gave a plan. "We will talk about it in a few days. You have worked hard. Take a rest first." The two Jue people did not have anything else to say. Everyone returned to their own courtyards. There were still sighs in the Tubo people's courtyard. After a while, the Tubo leader and the person who was switched went in. "Goshawk, how is the situation?" The Tubo people said. "Snow Mountain. Everything is going well. He actually has a signboard. It's just that there are too many patrolling teams. It doesn't take long for one team to arrive. We hid here and there and were almost discovered several times, but we managed to hide in the shadows in time. They had seen too many lanterns and didn't pay attention to the shadows. We found that they were improving the hot air balloon. Many parts of it have already been modified. It's in the drawer." Goshawk introduced the words on the drawer he saw in the confidential information room. After hearing this, the Tubo man asked again, "Will they find out today?" "No. When I pulled the drawer out, there was a layer of dust on it, which means that it hasn't been touched for a long time. If there were improvements, who would take the original blueprints? But now that we have the original one, we can improve it ourselves." Goshawk said with certainty. There were craftsmen from the Tang dynasty in Tubo. Some of them were married there, while others were plundered there during the war. "Sent away?" the Tubo man asked. "It's been sent away. We made a copy, but the drawing wasn't good enough. The handwriting is not bad." As the Goshawk spoke, he took out a book from his bosom. The Tubo man took it and looked at it. The drawing was really bad. "Was that even a ball?" Goshawk continued. "We've looked at it and found a situation that we can't solve." The Tubo man looked up. Goshawk opened the book and pointed to a place. "It says here that if the hot air balloon wants to fly, it must use alcohol. Other things won't work. Put a small amount of alcohol in a jar, light it, and heat the air. That's gas. Then take an iron pot and put alcohol in it. When it needs to fly high, pour more alcohol into it. The mouth of the pot must be long. If it's short, it will ignite the alcohol in the pot." After Goshawk finished speaking, he was really helpless this time. The Tubo man pursed his lips. "We don't have alcohol. The alcohol in the lighter is indeed very hot. If we drink strong alcohol, it won't ignite. Why don't we go again and see if we can get the method to make alcohol? It's just another workshop's material room. We need to try our luck." Goshawk was still scared when he said that. If they didn't have new materials to send over at that time, they wouldn't have been able to find the location at all. "No, we can't go again. We can buy alcohol. We can buy alcohol with a lighter," the Tubo man said. "But they don't give us alcohol directly. We need to give them the lighter. They will return the lighter after they've poured the alcohol." Goshawk mentioned the Li family's Zhuangzi's disgusting operation. "Think of a way, or ask them to buy more." "Yes, I have an idea. Just say that we want to bring the lighter back to Tubo and tell Tubo about the Tang dynasty's friendship." The Tubo man had a flash of inspiration. He felt a little confident. "Isn't it just friendship? If you can shout, we can shout too. We can try." Goshawk supported. "Rest first." The Tubo man began to burn the book. He had read it, and it was indeed feasible. He couldn't leave any evidence behind. He didn't sleep last night. He needed to make up for it. Only then would he have the energy to talk about alcohol with the Tang dynasty. Tubo didn't get up until it was almost dark. He took Goshawk to Shi City to eat and look at the horses. He took the man back. He drank a lot of alcohol and fell into a deep sleep. Early the next morning, he went to the official of Honglu Temple. "We found that the Tang dynasty's lighter is very useful. Tubo needs more lighters," he said to the official of Honglu Temple. "We don't have many lighters. They were made by the Li family Zhuangzi. Now the Li family Zhuangzi is busy printing newspapers and selling them to you. I don't think he has time to make lighters. The official shook his head. What he meant was that they could bully others to buy newspapers at a low price. Continue to buy. This lighter represents the friendly relationship between the Tang dynasty and Tubo. If we know there's such a good thing, but don't sell it to us, there may be trouble. The Tubo man mentioned friendship and threatened at the same time. Yes, that if we buy the lighter it won't last long. It's too far and not suitable. I believe your people can understand. The official of Honglu Temple looked regretful. Sell the alcohol to us. We'll take it back and drink it ourselves. The Tubo man proposed a solution. Good idea. You can talk to Li Yi. He's not under our control. The imperial court can't rob their own people for your Tubo, right? The official of Honglu Temple sent the man away. Go and talk to Li Yi. Don't talk to me. You introduce me. The Tubo man took the official's hand. When their hands touched, an Eastern pearl was handed over. Okay. I'll think of a way. Don't worry. I also need to find someone. My position is too low. The official withdrew his hand. If he took it out again, the Eastern pearl would be gone. But he was still in a dilemma. Yes. Find someone. The Tubo man contacted the official again. This time it was 2 Eastern pearls. Deal. Isn't it just meeting Li Yi? You can wait for me for half a month at most. He's a 3rd-rank official. The official was happy. The Tubo man thought about half a month's time and gritted his teeth. Okay, I'll try to be as fast as possible. After it's done, I'll be more grateful. The Tubo man went back and prepared to meet with the official. The official of Honglu Temple watched him leave and looked down at the 3 Eastern pearls in his hand. He shook his head. You have to hand them over, then convert them into money and leave me 10%. Chapter 409. Brother E, it's done. The officials of Honglu Temple sent a message saying that the Tubo people have prepared a large amount of alcohol to buy a lighter. Li Qingqi came over at noon and told Li Yi the good news. Li Yi was frying beef. The 2 dead cows were sent here last night. The 2 cows fought until they were covered in blood. In the end, both of them died. The owners of both sides gave the cows a quick death and sent them to the Li family Zhuangzi. The money given by the Li family Zhuangzi was enough to buy another cow. He was very generous. Li Yi also had the same idea. As long as it was not a sick cow or a dead cow, he would try his best to give the other party a good price. It was equivalent to buying a cow and killing it himself. He was reluctant to kill the cow that was sent by the Zhuangzi. He planned to continue to buy the land in the east that was not good. He would ask the cows to plow the land and plant beans. At the same time, he would use fertilizer to nourish the land for 2 years. Empress Wang saw the cows and said that she wanted to eat fried meat. Li Yi fried 2 big pieces of meat for her. He tested them first and prepared to make medium-well meat. Seeing his brother coming over, he chose another piece of meat and fried it. They are really willing to spend money to find a way to deal with us, Li Yi said while poking the meat with chopsticks. They said that the newspaper will be stopped after half a month. Li Qingqi was still distressed about the loss of 4,200 yuan a day. No, I want them to tremble when they hear the word newspaper. See the newspaper and smell the ink in the future. Li Yi refused. He had already spent the money, so he accepted it. He wanted to leave an impression on the other party. Don't provoke me. Otherwise, I will fight with you until the end. Oh, you decide when the war will start, but we decide when it will end. The money lost, Sai. Li Qingqi knew that he could not persuade him. There is no loss. They are willing to rent a house. Find a way to rent a house for them. I want to sell them a lot of newspapers. Li Yi thought for the other party. The people of the Tang dynasty were stubborn. They would not rent a house, no matter how much money you give them. Brother Yi, tell me the truth. How are you going to make up for it? Li Qingqi asked straightforwardly. There's no way they'll bargain with me for the amount of alcohol that can be bought for $1,000 or $2,000. Brewing wine requires grain, but I can only use a little grain. I'm prepared to pour enough alcohol to fill a lighter and sell it to them for 50 coins. I will not sell anything less than that, or I will raise the price by 10 times and force them to raise the money. Li Yi explained his plan. The lighter could only be filled with 30 milliliters of alcohol at a time. It was sold for 50 coins, 500 coins for 300 milliliters, and 5,000 for 3,000 milliliters. $5,000 for food could buy a lot of things. $5,000 for food could be used to make alcohol. After distilling the alcohol and selling it to the Tubo people, it could be sold for $90,000. If Tubo had the money, he would buy it. A ship's worth of alcohol made from grain would make Tubo cry. Distillers' grains could also be used to feed pigs, horses, and cows. They could be fermented first and then mixed with other ingredients. It was even more nutritious. No matter how short of grain the Tang dynasty was, would they care about 5,000 dan of grain? Of course, Tubo could not afford to buy alcohol made from 5,000 dan of grain. Li Qingqi was also calculating. He also knew that alcohol and grain were not of the same price. After calculating, he felt that it was worth it. What should we do next? If you don't have money, you can return the high-priced house and sell the newspaper. I'll buy it. Li Yi gave the answer. You don't want to bring back Tubo to them? I know that after writing on the paper, it can be used to make paper. Are you going to buy it to make newspapers? Li Qingqi thought of a way to operate the newspaper. No. When I bought it, I didn't pay 3 coins for a piece. I paid 3 coins for a bundle and then took it to other prefectures to sell. I used the return ship to sell it along the Yellow River. It's still 3 coins for a copy. There are stories and general knowledge in it. You can write on the back of the paper. It's so cheap. 3 coins for a copy. It's like I'm publishing newspapers again. The cost is so low that I can't even imagine it. Li Yi explained how to operate the newspaper. He would continue to sell the newspaper. Buying a piece of paper to practice writing was not expensive. If he sold it now and let other prefectures accept it, he would be able to advertise it in the future. Li Qingqi thought about it and felt that it made sense. Why would he want to make it into paper again? The people of the Tang dynasty did not care when the newspaper was published. As long as they could read it, it was valuable. He took a deep breath. Brother Yi, when you're serious, your moves are so complicated. No wonder you're willing to lose 4,200 coins a day. As the ship travels, people in various prefectures will buy it and advertise it in the future. Oh my God, how much do you want to earn from advertising? I don't expect to earn much by cooperating with His Majesty. I just want to support the system and do it for the Tang dynasty. Li Yi said in a high-sounding voice. Money was a new luxury for him. Only by promoting social development could he earn more life. Li Qingqi believed him again. Brother Yi was indeed doing it for the Tang dynasty. He himself was also living a good life. Li Qingqi finally reacted. Brother Yi's life is pretty good. Brother, do you know how to use a knife and fork? Li Yi's steak was done and could not be fried anymore. If he fried it again, it would become small and hard to chew. Who doesn't know how to use a knife and fork? But people don't use knives and forks when they don't eat whole roasted animals. Only uncivilized people use knives and forks. Li Qingqi smiled. How could he ask such a question? That's good. This is cut with a knife and fork. Li Yi agreed with his brother. Yes, only uncivilized people use knives and forks. In ancient China, people used knives and forks. Later on, they evolved and used chopsticks. He took the knife and fork and put it on the table. Empress Wang and Li Qingqi skillfully cut the meat. They even knew that this kind of meat was not fully cooked and was hot inside. Empress Wang took a bite of the meat, chewed it, and swallowed it with the soup. Uncle, you collected so many wormwood. Other than wormwood, what are the others used for? In Empress Wang's impression, wormwood was only useful. It could be boiled and washed. It could also be made into moxa sticks and used for acupuncture. It's used to make medicine. It's a very powerful medicine. I can't purify it too much, but it still has obvious effects. I originally planned to use this medicine to achieve my previous plan, but they rushed over to steal the technique. This medicine can still earn a lot of money from them in the future. Then the people of the Tang dynasty can also solve a disease. Among so many wormwood, only one type of wormwood can be used. If I only collect wormwood and that type of wormwood, the people from the Fan Nation will guess it. Li Yi talked about his plan. He wanted all the wormwood, and the last two types of wormwood will be used as medicine. Are the other wormwood wasted? They are bought with money. Empress Wang was worried about the money again. It's made into mosquito-repellent incense. The people use wormwood to exchange for mosquito-repellent incense from Zhuangzi. Those who have money can buy it. It's not expensive. I'm going to find some people to make it. It's very simple. Crush it, turn it into mud, press it into shape, and dry it. Li Yi knew that there were incense pans in the Tang dynasty, but they were all good spices. Moreover, they competed with each other in incense. No one thought of making wormwood into incense pans for the people to use in summer. The incense used by the rich could also drive away mosquitoes and flies, but the effect was not as good as wormwood. Wormwood belonged to the Compositae family, and the pyrethrin was very effective against mosquitoes and flies. Even if the pyrethrin was not purified, it still existed in the smoke. This thing was very useful. It could not sleep well with mosquitoes around. Chapter 410. We're still eating fried beef at night. Will the oil be too much and affect feeding the children? Empress Wang finished the steak and also ate a lot of vegetables and mushroom soup. She wanted to continue eating, but was worried that she didn't have enough milk. It's okay to eat 1 or 2 meals. We'll eat egg brew tomorrow morning with beef stuffing. It's already frozen, so there's no need to worry about it spoiling. Li Yi's voice was gentle, as if he was talking to someone who was seeking medical treatment. He was used to it. Li Qingqi had tried several brews, but he had never eaten egg brew. How do you make egg brew? He asked naturally. When the egg is cooked, peel off the skin and fry the outside with oil. Cut it open, take out the egg yolk and put the meat stuffing in. At this time you can put the egg yolk on top, but it's not good to eat too much egg yolk. It's best to have more meat stuffing without covering the yolk. Steam it in a pot and make juice from another pot. When it's done, pour the juice on top. Li Yi said it simply, but it took a long time to make it. The three of them were discussing the issue of food, but the Tubo people in Honglu Temple were full of worries. The leader of the Tubo people knew the price of alcohol. There was a price of 1,000 coins for members and 2,000 coins for non-members. According to this price, it would be better to use the money to make weapons than to raise a hot air balloon. He was ready to bargain, but he was worried that Li Yi wouldn't give in. When he left the place of the officials of Honglu Temple today, he had been bribing people. Others wanted what he gave, saying that they would help him. Some people were of high rank and took the initiative to hand in the benefits after receiving instructions. They would get 10% of the reward. Some people were of low rank and didn't know the situation, but they were greedy. They were admiring the things they got, but they didn't give a single cent. The French are rich. Li Longji invited the 3 prime ministers and Wei Zhigu to have lunch together. They ate roast lamb made by the chefs sent by Earthly Paradise. They built a shed in front of Xingqing Palace. There was an ice basin in the shed, and someone was running a fan to cool the food. They also used knives and forks and had separate meals. Li Longji wouldn't take food from the same plate as them. It wasn't a matter of dislike, it was a matter of status. The emperor sat at the head of the table, and the ministers were arranged according to their official positions. Li Longji sighed with emotion when he received the report from Huang Men. The 4 ministers didn't say anything. They didn't want to say anything. The news from the Shu lands came back, saying that there was already a brine well in the land that His Majesty had bought. How many salt wells were there in total? Now there was one more. He believed that as more drilling equipment was used, Li Yi's choice of location would come one after another. Not only could it produce brine, but it could also produce gas. At the same time, they received news yesterday that His Majesty had sent people to Lantian County to look for gold mines and found a place with golden sand. It was also Li Yi's location, but it was so accurate. There were salt wells and gold mines. You say that others are rich? Why aren't you all saying anything? Li Longji wanted to reprimand Tubo, but the ministers did not cooperate. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Whoever obtains Li Yi will obtain the world. Zhang Shua thought in his heart. In a moment of panic, he blurted it out. Li Longji paused, thought about it, and smiled. Daoji is right. He understood what he meant. After discovering the golden sand yesterday, the three prime ministers wanted to ask Li Yi if there were any other places. Not to mention gold mines, copper mines, silver mines, or good iron mines, anything would do. He naturally wouldn't agree. What was there to ask? There are so many people in the Tang dynasty prospecting. Let them find it. I want to share the profits. Let me tell you, you have suddenly become the property of the left. No, the right. How can you give Li Yi a share of the profits? Your Majesty, the people are waiting for the matter of the foreign countries. Can the imperial court help? Yao Chong mentioned the war between the Li family Zhuangzi and the foreign countries. Yes, it was a war. One wanted to cheat, and the other wanted to fight back. The people of Chang and understood the cause and effect. They hoped that the Li family Zhuangzi could fight back. Li Longji smiled naturally. In a few days, the people will know that it's a foregone conclusion. Your Majesty, do you want to keep it a secret? Lu Huaishan swallowed the mutton with rice wine. It's like this. The night of the Dragon Boat Festival was a special night. The moon rose early, and before the people could see it clearly, it leaned to the west. Li Longji, who was in a good mood, told the officials a story. The four of them had to stop eating and sit there to listen patiently. They were very dissatisfied. In layman's terms, Your Majesty, you're too lousy. Are you trying to make up the number of words? As if he understood the officials' thoughts, Li Longji changed the topic. There were 6 thieves who used reeds to sneak under the bridge. After a while, they went ashore, hid from the patrolling guards, went to the workshop and climbed into the data room through the window. They left with the map. Yao Chong and the other 3. It was too boring to listen to. Was it over? What about the exciting process? What happened after that? The 4 of them asked tacitly. The map was fake. Li Yi made it in advance. In order to let them find the place accurately, he even set up signs and lanterns to point the way. When they took it, they could only make the balloons and hanging basket outside. They didn't have an alcohol burner, but they would buy alcohol. After Li Longji finished speaking, he focused on dealing with the meat and stopped talking. Looking at your expressions, I wanted to say it properly and add some modifiers, but you didn't want to. If I simplified it, you complained. Yao Chong and the other 3 understood. It turned out that they were earning back the money they lost by selling alcohol. They knew that hot air balloons consumed a lot of alcohol, and there was a big jar of alcohol in the hanging basket. Not to mention the fact that the foreigners didn't have an alcohol burner. Even if they did, how could they fight a war if they relied on alcohol? Your Majesty, in that case, Li Yi had already predicted this and was willing to sell the newspaper to them? Wei Zhigu frowned. He didn't say the other words in his heart. Li Longji waved his hand. No, brother, he had other plans. He didn't rely on guessing others' actions. He just had an extra method to prevent them from bumping into us. Good. It's good that he didn't rely on luck. Wei Zhigu was relieved. Zhang Shuo and the other 2 also breathed a sigh of relief. They were afraid that Li Yi would gamble. In their hearts, Li Yi was as steady as Mount Tai and not someone who took risks. Yao Chong always wanted to find an opportunity to suppress Li Yi, but it didn't mean that he was willing to see the day when Li Yi was at his wit's end. His heart was conflicted. He wanted to weaken Li Yi's influence, But he also felt that Li Yi could solve all problems at the critical moment. Without a burden in his heart, everyone found that the roasted lamb tasted better than before. After lunch, Li Longji saw that he had nothing to do in the afternoon, so he returned to Zhuangzi to see his son. When he saw the little boy was lying there and making a sound. Ugh, 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 what's wrong? Li Longji was puzzled. Was he sick? Something was wrong. He was crying just now. Uncle came over and called out to him. After a while, he stopped crying and learned. Now he can make 3 kinds of sounds. Ugh, ugh, ugh. Empress Wang whispered to Li Longji what happened and the result. Li Longji still didn't understand. Uncle said that as long as a child can cry, he can slowly adjust to make other sounds. Usually, the sounds that are close to crying are actually closed accents. When he grows up and is ready to learn to speak, the easiest thing to learn is to open accents. Empress Wang told Li Longji what she heard from Li Yi. Chapter 411. Selling newspapers. Selling newspapers. 3 coins for today's newspaper. Selling newspapers. Selling newspapers. On the morning of the 8th day of May, a large group of children appeared in Tang, and they carried canvas bags and waved newspapers in their hands as they ran around the streets and alleys. They were children whose parents were not in good condition, or children who had lost their relatives in Grief Field Square. Li Yi had asked them to help sell newspapers, and now the time had come. One child sold 50 newspapers. With 400 children, there were 21,000 copies of Tang, and every day, no more than that. The other 300,000 copies were sent by the farmers to the entrance of Honglu Temple, waiting for the foreigners to buy them. They also handed 1,000 copies of newspapers to the people in the imperial city. The people of Tang, and no, the people of the Tang dynasty, saw a newspaper boy for the first time. They were more interested in the children selling newspapers than newspapers. I'll buy one. A manager of an inn stood at the door. He was curious when he saw a child run past, and then another one ran over. 3 coins. A girl of 7 or 8 years old, wearing a new dress, stood in front of the manager and handed him a newspaper. Let me have a look. If it's well written, I'll buy it. If it's not well written, I won't buy it, the manager joked. The little girl was stunned, and tears came out of her eyes. No, no, I have to tell Li family Zhuangzi. No, I'll buy it. Don't cry. I'm just joking. Don't tell anyone. The manager was about to cry. After saying that, the manager ran in and out as fast as he could. He took the little girl's hand and slapped 5 coins on it. Here, 5 coins. I'll give you the extra 2 coins. The manager tried to save himself. Thank you. The little girl wiped her tears and suddenly smiled. She put the 3 coins in the compartment of a bag and put the other 2 separately. Turning around, she hopped around and yelled for the newspaper to find the next person who wanted to buy it. A little boy selling newspapers was stopped. How much do you get for selling a newspaper? The manager of the inn was curious. I get 15 coins for selling 50 newspapers and a lunch. The boy handed over the newspaper. The housekeeper gave the child 3 kaiyuan tongbao and stuffed a steamed bun into his mouth. Did the Li family Zhuangzi give you these clothes? Here, or else we won't have any clothes to wear. The boy smiled embarrassedly. All right, it's good to earn your own money, the shopkeeper said again, shaking his head as he went in. The people in Tang and soon discovered that the Li family Zhuangzi was doing charity again. In their eyes, the children's labor was the Li family Zhuangzi helping the children. Look, it's written in the newspaper that the Li family Zhuangzi continues to purchase large quantities of wormwood. 5 caddies of wormwood can be exchanged for 1 set of incense for mosquitoes and flies. 1 set of 10. The people reading the newspaper saw the advertisement again. It was about the exchange of wormwood for mosquito-repellent incense. There's one more thing. Buy a large amount of elm skin at a high price. What's the use of elm skin? Another person opened his newspaper and found the advertisement. There was no newspaper at the side, so a man in his 40s who was waiting for someone to read it out said, "Elm bark powder is used to make incense. Otherwise, we have to use honey. Otherwise, the incense won't take shape." If that's the case, ordinary people can also use incense. It's different from the incense used in temples and monasteries. There's nothing different. It's just that the price is different. 5 caddies of wormwood can be exchanged for 10 sets of incense. The people found something good again. It was the first time they heard about the mosquito-repellent incense, so they went to cut wormwood to try it out. Print out the instructions I wrote on how to use the mosquito-repellent incense. Put 1 in each set. Zhuangzi gave Li Yi a piece of paper when he went to the printing workshop. It was written on the paper that the mosquito-repellent incense should not be placed near the head. There was a baby at home. It was best to light the incense in the evening and close the doors and windows in the house. After half an hour, go in and open the doors and windows. You can put out the incense. Be careful not to put anything around the mosquito-repellent incense that could easily catch fire. These words could be printed on a small piece of paper. Li Yi was afraid that someone would get sick from the smoke. There were only wormwood and elm bark powder in the incense. It looked natural, but as long as it was burned, there would be smoke. If someone had a baby at home and got sick from the smoke, Li Yi felt that at noon, a merchant called Yang Xian came running over. He was a merchant who specialized in transporting elm bark powder to Chang and to sell. He was preparing to contact other incense-making shops and temples to negotiate a price. While he was waiting at the pier, he received a newspaper. He saw that the Li family Zhuangzi was buying at a high price. The main bridge was the Ba Shui pier, so he ran over to inquire. Songda did not go. He sent a small steward to the other side of the Ba Shui bridge to negotiate with the merchant. Both sides negotiated a price that was 5% lower than selling to temples and other places. It was cheap and not a high price at all. However, Yang Xian bought all the 10,000 caddies of elm bark powder at once. This way, Yang Xian could save a lot of time. He could buy the goods at Chang and ship them back. He could save time to ship more elm bark powder to sell. Elm bark powder was made from the bark of elm trees and was used as a binder. When collecting the materials, the branches of the elm trees were usually cut off. There were also small elm trees that were specially planted in the mountains. Peeling the bark of a big tree once would kill it. The elm bark on the branches was enough. If the bark was cut off this year, it would grow back the next year. The leaves and flowers of the elm trees could be eaten. It was called elm tree money. There were also rice and cakes made from elm tree money. The small steward and Yang Xian negotiated the price and quantity of the goods. Yang Xian made a new request. The small steward could not make the decision and ran back to ask Li Yi. Dong Zhu said that the next time he comes over, he wants to bring other goods. He wants to leave a space in our newspaper. Help him tell him. The small steward reported the situation. Li Yi thought for a while. Tell him, but only in the newspaper of the capital. Every word is printed. The punctuation marks are not counted. The small steward turned and ran to tell Yang Xian. There were punctuation marks now, but some people did not write them. Everyone wrote them in a different way. The newspaper was printed horizontally, not vertically. At the same time, it was read from left to right. Li Yi followed his own habits and wrote from right to left. Unless he was left-handed, he had to use his other hand to hold up his sleeve. The people who read the newspaper easily adapted to it. It was amazing. At the same time, they could understand the punctuation marks. Commas and periods were now used by people. Quotation marks, dashes, book titles, exclamation marks, etc. When people saw it, they could understand it. The small steward told Yang Xian the price. Yang Xian did not say whether it was okay or not. He only said that he would take a look at it the next time he comes. Yang Xian had discovered the secret of the newspaper. The other businessmen were not stupid. They realized that this newspaper was very useful in promoting the news. At the very least, the entire capital would know about it. The small steward came back with a look of regret. He wanted to settle the matter. Dongju probably thinks the price is too high. It's okay. Wait for me to produce a set of color printing. The advertisements can be more conspicuous. We have to adjust the ink. Li Yi comforted the small steward. He had a way. The words on the newspaper were now black. If they wanted to print the words in color, one more color would mean one more page. One page was printed first. The space where the words in color were needed was left empty. The other page was specially filled with words in the empty space. The printed newspaper was brought over, the mold was aligned, and the page was printed again. Chapter 412. As soon as he thought of it, Li Yi went to the printing workshop and explained the principle. Dongju, what about the blank space? The person in charge of printing was thinking about the problem of the clasp. Add a font without any characters. Think more when you encounter problems. Li Yi felt that this person was stupid. After saying this, he laughed. The man scratched his head and said, I've printed so much in one day that I've become stupid. Now what about laying a piece of paper and printing it? Put a stack of paper on it and use rubber gloves to turn the paper. Print a piece and turn it away. Li Yi saw the printing method and found the problem, so he quickly thought of a way to increase the efficiency. He turned around and went out. The people in the workshop were thinking about it. As soon as he left the workshop area, Li Yi was slightly stunned. Old Man Mu was standing in front of him. Like the other old men on Zhuangzi, he was wearing new summer clothes. He was wearing a vest, trousers, slippers, a cattail leaf fan, and a sweat towel wrapped around his wrist. Uncle Mu, are you comfortable wearing this? Li Yi always felt that Old Man Mu was from a rich family and had to be presentable. Yes, it's comfortable. When I play chess with them, they wear it. If I don't wear it, it looks different. It's a pity that they're not good at Go. Li Dan waved the cattail leaf fan and explained why he changed his clothes. It was to fit in. Oh, yes, they've never played Go before. Without money, it's hard to live. Li Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Old Man Mu still expected everyone to play Go. How long would it take to play a game of Go? Would they stop farming? Would they stop weaving sacks? Even now, the old men and women were not idle all day. They could weave baskets and sacks. When they were tired, the old men would find someone to play Go with, and the old women would sit together to drink tea and chat. Yes, life is not easy, but there has to be a route. Li Dan wanted to change, but couldn't. Start from eating and increase the yield per mu. Li Yi said simply. Can it be increased just because you say so? Li Dan was a little unhappy. Not to mention the Tang dynasty, the agricultural officials of the previous dynasties were very hardworking. They knew how to tell the people that the seeds of the same crop could not be planted for too many years and had to be replaced with seeds from other places. Then the agricultural officials would ask which part of the land had the highest yield, and if it was much higher than the land next to it, they would buy it all for seed. The yield of the fields was gradually increasing, but it was still not enough. In the end, when it came to Li Yi's mouth, all he said was to increase the production. Give me one more, and I'll see. This involves a new technology, hybridization, or grafting. Li Yi changed the way he put it. People nowadays knew how to graft, especially fruit trees. How do you graft wheat? Break the wheat stalks and replace them with rice stalks? Li Dan actually knew how to graft. Uncle Mu, don't be anxious. It's like this. Wheat and rice can have both male and female offspring. This way they can have offspring. If a man was missing, there was nothing the woman could do. At this time, he would look for a different type of rice or wheat. Put the pollen of the other type on the rice and wheat here, and the two types of pollen mixed together. In the end, the child born may have the advantages of both sides, or it may have the disadvantages of both sides. Leave the seeds of the good ones, and when you plant them again, they may be good at drought resistance, or they may have high yields. Li Yi explained the hybridization technology easily, but let him do it. You can do that. Li Dan did not understand. Yes, when you look for them, during the period when they bloom, observe. When you shake them, there is little or no pollen. At the same time, they look different from others. First, look at their appearance, then use a magnifying glass. I have a magnifying glass in Zhuangzi, and I wanted to discuss it with you. But I can't do it this year. I'm busy with the locust plague. Next year, I'll look for wheat and rice from all over the Tang dynasty. When you look for them, you have to understand their shortcomings and advantages, and then divide them into different areas. When they bloom, carefully look for plants with dead males, and then use other pollen to pollinate them. Li Yi told him his plan again, and then he realized that it was useless to tell this to an old man. Li Dan did not feel that he was useless, and he said excitedly, "Yes, let's look for them. If they don't have enough manpower, ask them to send more." "Okay, Uncle Moo, it's hot. Don't get excited. I know your family has land, and I hope the yield is high." Li Yi was afraid that the old man would faint. "Yes, my family has land, a lot of land. I want to plant it, I want to plant it." Li Dan kept nodding. This was the first time he heard of this method. It was too strange, but at the same time it made sense. Plant it. As long as you find it and succeed, it won't be a problem to double the yield in a few years. Li Yi thought of the hybrid seeds he planted with the help of fertilizers and pesticides, and felt that the yield in the Tang dynasty was indeed too low. Even if he did not use pesticides and fertilizers, the yield was 5 to 6 times better. Double? Li Dan wanted to smoke. Yes, in a few years, the first generation has to be cultivated, and the fertilizers have to be kept up. Li Yi increased the difficulty. "Don't smoke, I'll be busy again." "Yes, I can't rush, I can wait. I want to live for many more years." Li Dan, who did not know that he was supposed to die next year in history, had to work hard to live. Although he was no longer the emperor, he was still the retired emperor. The people could say that the retired emperor and the emperor were blessed by heaven, and they had to find ways to benefit the people. If the grain doubled, they would fight Tubo, fight Tujue. Whoever was not convinced, they would fight. The first thing Li Dan thought of was war, and he could only fight with grain. The logistics would continue to send grain and fight every day until the other side had no food to eat. "Yes, uncle, you're in good health," Li Yi said as he helped Li Dan to a shady place. When they reached the shady place, he glanced at Ching Song standing next to him. Ching Song immediately ran to get water, sour plum soup. Li Dan drank 2 mouthfuls and showed a carefree expression. "It's delicious, good news." After Li Yi comforted Li Dan and went back to copy the book, Li Dan began to spread the news in Zhuangzi. After hearing it, the farmers did not care about the details at all. They only knew that Dongzhu said that the yield per mu could be doubled. Last year, the rice and wheat in Zhuangzi were much higher than that of other farmers. Was there any need to doubt Dongzhu's words? In the evening, Li Longji and Li Qingqi, who had just gotten off work, came over and heard about it. "Brother, eat quickly, write it down and draw it. I'll write it up." Li Longji urged, as if he did not want Li Yi to eat. "Third brother, don't worry. Let's drink. Today's dishes are good. There's braised pig trotters." Li Qingqi held a wine cup. Empress Wang did not look like a queen at all. She held a pig trotter with both hands and gnawed at it while nodding. "I've finished writing and drawing." Li Yi sighed. When he found that old man Mu was spreading the news everywhere, he knew that he had to write it down. Before dawn on the 9th day of May, Li Longji left in a hurry. He entered the city through the back gate, changed his clothes, and waited for the important courtiers to arrive for the meeting. Then he walked to his seat with light steps. He glanced around and smiled. The courtiers were speechless. Yao Chong and the others looked at each other and communicated with their eyes. What's wrong with His Majesty today? Did he pick up money? Who did he help Li Yi trick this time? What's the matter? Tell me about it. When you're done, I have a good news. Li Longji calmed down. Chapter 413. There weren't any major events today, so the topic revolved around the locust plague. The Ministry of Revenue said that there was no need to reduce the rent. There would be no problem there. Before winter, there would be a large number of chickens and ducks. Grain production was reduced and meat and eggs could be eaten. If there was still a locust plague next year, the Ministry of Appointments would be in charge of any place that wasn't dealt with properly. The Minister of Works, Wei Jigu, mentioned that there were still too few well-digging teams. He requested that the Ministry of Works send people to find craftsmen to build the equipment first. The Craftsmen's Alliance sent people to direct the work in case the drought next year was too severe and affected the wheat production. The funds were naturally allocated to Li Longji's private savings. He had already agreed that he would pay for the well digging. Li Longji readily agreed. "Give me the money. I have money. Spend it. If it's not enough, I'll audit how you spend it." After the officials finished talking, Li Longji hesitated for a moment and dismissed the court. He changed locations and looked for Yao Chong and the other three, as well as Qin Shi, a minister of the Sinong Temple. Qin Shi was previously the county magistrate of Wanyan County. Later, he became the junior magistrate of the capital government. This time he was transferred to the Sinong Temple and was an upper third-rank official. The functions of the Tang dynasty officials overlapped too much. It felt like any department could handle a matter. The result was that if there were benefits, all the departments that could handle it would do it. If there were problems, these departments would shirk responsibility. The Ministry of Revenue was in charge of the warehouses, the Taichung Temple was in charge, and so was the Sinong Temple. Li Longji asked someone to serve tea. He placed his hand on the edge of the teacup and asked with a smile, "Do you know what the yield per mu of the Tang dynasty is?" Yao Chong closed his eyes. "Your Majesty, it's different from place to place. You didn't say what to plant." You're right. It seems like you know about agriculture. Since that's the case, I order you to double the yield per mu of wheat or rice in Chang. And within 5 years, Li Longji made things difficult for Yao Chong. "You talk too much." "Fine, You do it." Yao Chong took a deep breath and realized that he was wrong. He rolled his eyes and said, "I invite that place to be Ba Shui Li family Zhuangzi." Puff! Clang! Zhang Shua, who had just picked up the teacup and was blowing on it, spurted out a mouthful of tea. He hurriedly put the teacup down. "Hee." Lu Huaishan chuckled. Wei Jigu looked over with disdain, his gaze sweeping over Yao Chong's face. "Qin Shi, ha!" Li Longji laughed and said, "Good plan, Yao Qin. But you don't have to choose there. Last year, the Li family Zhuangzi's rice was 40% higher than the rice in other places in Chang, and the wheat was 30% higher. Your Majesty is right." Yao Chong brushed this matter aside. "Last night, I suddenly had an idea. If this year the Western Agriculture Temple does as planned and produces results, within 5 years, the yield of rice or wheat per mu will double." Li Longji stopped joking and took out a book. Gao Lisher took it and placed it in Yao Chong's hands. Yao Chong looked at the first page and knew that it was Li Yi's calligraphy and drawing. Li Yi's style was like this. Li Yi's drawing was a sketch with perspective and shadows. It was like drawing a box with the edges gradually shrinking inwards, giving people a three-dimensional feeling. Yao Chong looked at it carefully, looking at the principles and steps of the hybridization. After he finished reading, he handed it to Zhang Shua. Yao Chong said, "Your Majesty, how many times do we have to try this?" "There's a lot of land and a lot of people. We can always test it out. Farming won't delay. We just have to look at the flowering period." Li Longji picked up the teacup. When he chatted with Li Yi yesterday, Li Yi had said that this was a matter of luck. If you touched it, there was a chance of success. If you didn't, it would always be the same. Li Yi could take out a large number of magnifying glasses, and then it would depend on how much manpower there was to search. After Zhang Shua finished reading, he placed it in Lu Huaishan's hands. He said, This subject requests that we find seeds from all over the country and have the entire capital government plant them. We have to send more than 10,000 people to search. Lu Huaishan looked at it and gave it to Wei Jigu. Li Longji looked at Lu Huaishan. Lu Huaishan said, "If wheat and rice are placed together and the wind blows, they can pollinate each other. It is possible that large grains of rice and wheat will appear. We can use a sieve to sift through, and then plant the last batch of large ones to see if they can grow. Li can spend money to find people to shake briquettes, knead mud, pick tea leaves, and cut wormwood. Your Majesty has so much money, it's time to benefit the people." Lu Huaishan thought of another seed that was affected by natural pollination. What if there was a good one? Using a sieve to sift through, the holes in the sieve gradually increased until only the large ones were left. As for whether the large ones were good, whether they could withstand drought, or whether they could repel insects, that was another matter altogether. It's like the imperial examinations, choosing the best from the worst. It's also like men and women. With the same father but different mothers, the children will also be different. Wei Jigu placed the book in front of Qin Shi. When Qin Shi heard the four people's words, he realized that he had to bear the final burden. Double in 5 years? What if he couldn't? He began to flip through the book and was immediately attracted by the ideas in it. They could even consider it like this. Who was so powerful? After he finished reading, he looked up. "Your Majesty, this is," Li Yao Chong said. "Ah, no wonder." Qin Shi understood. How could he not know Li and Chang'an? Now, many people who were also called Li had changed their names. Otherwise, the pressure would be too great. In all of Chang, and when Li was mentioned, it referred to the Li family Zhuangzi, Li Dongzhu, by the Ba River. Now that he knew who it was, Qin Shi had questioned. Why not try it in the Li family Zhuangzi? Lu Huaishan replied, "The Li family Zhuangzi has too many secrets. They have too little land, so they raise crabs and toads. They also raised a lot of loaches this year. Although loaches can't be compared to eels, they are easy to raise. Ordinary people can raise them." Li Longji said something. When Li cleaned up the river last year, they dug up loaches and raised them. "Your Majesty, please order Zhuozong to transfer enough money and grain." Qin Shi understood that he couldn't go to the Li family Zhuangzi, so he made a request. "No need for Zhuozong. I will give it to you. If there is high-yield grain, what's 1,000,000 taels of money?" Li Longji waved his hand and said generously. 1,000,000 taels was something he didn't even dare to think about in the past, but now he directly said it. When Qin Shi heard this, he only thought that His Majesty was generous. Yao Chong said to him from the side, "If His Majesty can really take out 1,000,000 taels, you don't need to spend much money. Just do your job well." Huh. Qin Shi's eyes widened as he looked at Li Longji in disbelief. Li Longji smiled reservedly. "Money is just a worldly possession. You don't need to worry about it." Zhang Shuo and the other 3 lowered their heads at the same time. They didn't want to say anything. "His Majesty, you, before meeting Li, would you dare to say the same thing? Damn it, there are salt wells and gold mines. You've already started mining the gold mines. Heaven on earth doesn't count, the night market doesn't count, and the health fees are all for your private army. Don't talk about 1,000,000 taels. Even if you shouted out 10,000,000 taels, you wouldn't be able to take it out. You can also ask Li where there are gold, silver, and copper mines." Qin Shi not only didn't relax, but he also became more worried. His Majesty spent so much money, and it was even his own money, but he still couldn't find the dead male. Or maybe he found it, but the breeding wasn't done well, and the grain production didn't increase. His own head, "Look!" Someone came up with a solution. The person who came up with the solution was Li, who brought out countless useful tools. With money, His Majesty was willing to spend 1,000,000 taels. In the end, the thing didn't come out. Whose fault was it? "I will go arrange it now." Qin Shi bowed, picked up the book and ran off. He had to hurry. Chapter 414. In the Honlu Temple, the Tubo people were waiting anxiously for the officials to contact Li Yi. The leader was called Buizhu. He imagined that the current situation was a battle between the Tubo and the Tang dynasty. He didn't know that the Tang dynasty didn't have time to deal with him. Li Yi alone was enough to deal with him. The ministers of the Tang dynasty were waiting for hybrid food, dealing with the plague of locusts, and making other parts of the hot air balloon. Li Yi also didn't have time to deal with him. Li Yi wanted to spread his medical skills to the world. He also wanted to solve the problem of the Tang dynasty's financial income. What he had to face were the big ethnic groups and aristocratic families. If Li Yi couldn't deal with such a small matter, what else could he do? While waiting, Buizhu found that the sun was moving slowly. He came out and stood outside the imperial city, facing the Vermilion Bird Avenue. He saw someone driving a carriage along the street. There were bundles of wormwood on the carriage. The driver took out a long bamboo tube from the carriage, pulled out the plug, and poured water into it. After drinking, he rubbed his arm with a look of enjoyment. There was also an adult holding a child. The child had a bamboo hat made of reed on his head and was smiling happily. He didn't know what the adult was saying to the child. Seeing such a harmonious scene, Buizhu didn't feel happy at all. He compared the people in Chang and with the people in the capital of Tubo. Tubo's political center was Lhasa, which was the Lhasa of Li Yi's time. Not to mention the Tang dynasty, Li Yi's Xi'an was better developed than Lhasa. The Chang, and that Buizhu saw, had people begging for food in the spring and summer of last year. This year, there were no beggars on the streets. They were all sent to the Grief Field Square. The Grief Field Square called the imperial physicians to treat the patients and gave them work. Li Yi, the Li family Zhuangzi. As Zhuangzi is leading the whole Chang'an, Li Yi should be dead. Bo Mao had already analyzed that all the changes were due to the young man, Li Yi, who had come to seek refuge with his relatives. In the end, all his relatives had died. Buqiao also knew that if Li Yi took out something that would benefit the people every once in a while, the gap between Tubo and the Tang dynasty would gradually widen. Although the blueprints of various farming tools had been sent back, Tubo would be able to manufacture them. However, how many people were there in Tubo? How many fields could be cultivated? How many people were there in the Tang dynasty? How many fields? As long as the people of the Tang dynasty had an extra 10% of their crops, the extra grain would be used for military purposes. In that case, the number of troops Tubo would face would increase many times over. It was said that Li Yi was very good at reading the weather. He had spent the whole last year preparing for the drought and the plague of locusts in the east of the Taihang Mountains. Under such circumstances, all kinds of good things could be taken out. Now that the plague of locusts was gone, his hands were free. Look, the hot air balloon is coming out, right? Give him a few years, no, a few months, and God knows what he could take out. Kill him, kill him. Under the sun, Buqiao was probably muddle-headed from the heat. His mouth kept muttering. At this time, the Turks were secretly contacting people from other tribes. One of them suspected that Tubo had the method of making hot air balloons. The other was that they were going to send their own people to see if they could sneak in. Fortunately, we stored a lot of ice last year. Otherwise, how could we afford to supply the farmers with ice? This winter, we have to expand the ice cellar. Li Yi drank the cold noodle soup with ice double and sighed with emotion about the difficulties of summer. 4 palace maids and 4 eunuchs were also eating cold noodles at the table next to them. The bowl of cold noodles was bigger than a bowl. There was spiced beef, a lot of shredded cucumber, a boiled egg, bamboo shoot slices, sesame, coriander, and chili sauce. Li Yi's lifespan was longer, so he exchanged some chili. He felt uncomfortable if he didn't eat chili for a long time. Empress Wang was eating the same thing. Li Yi assured her that it was fine. She could eat, and there was no problem with breastfeeding. However, these were the staple food and stir-fried dishes. It was fine if others didn't want to eat, but Empress Wang had to eat. Stir-fried bamboo shoots with meat, steamed eggplant with minced meat, fried eggs with scallions, and 4 happiness meatballs made with fish. Empress Wang didn't have to eat stewed chicken every meal like ordinary rich people, or pig knuckles without salt to help milk. She hadn't finished her confinement period yet. Ordinary people started to raise chickens when their daughters-in-law were pregnant. They would save eggs a month before the baby was born. Then they would eat during her confinement period. It would be best if she could eat more than 10 eggs a day and gain weight. If it was in the palace, Empress Wang would also drink chicken soup and add some herbs. It didn't have to be stewed chicken with ginseng. The doctors of the Shangshi Bureau weren't stupid. If they gave her ginseng every day, they would be punished. Empress Wang watched other people give birth in the palace. She envied them for eating so much every day, even if they felt like vomiting when they ate. What she envied was not the food but the children. So what if they vomited? Only now did she realize that the food in the palace was a mess. Zhuangzi was still the best. She loved to eat every meal. Thinking about it, she laughed out loud. When Li Yi mentioned storing ice, he saw sister-in-law laughing. What did she mean? Sister-in-law, the cold noodles have to be chewed up. Noodles made with alkali are not easy to digest. This cold noodles don't have much nutrition other than being refreshing. Li Yi was afraid that when sister-in-law laughed, he would swallow it without chewing much. It's okay. Empress Wang quickly came back to her senses. At the Ba River Bridge outside, the people who rushed back at noon to exchange wormwood for a plate of incense were eating noodles with soy sauce. The paper boys who sold newspapers also ate together. After they sold the newspapers, they came back to give money and had a free lunch. This meal was noodles with a sauce made from eggs and duck eggs that wasn't very salty. The adults and children ate happily. As they ate, they talked about Li Dongzhu's benevolence. They were not fools. At a glance, they knew that there was not much sauce or salt in the sauce. The purpose was for everyone to eat like dishes. The noodles were also cold water. There was no limit. How much could the half-grown children and working adults eat in one meal? Of course, they felt that they ate a lot, but there were people who could eat even more. The winged knights added up to 1,500 people. Other than familiarizing themselves with the hot air balloon, they spent the rest of their time training. In the evening, the new 1,000 people had to learn how to read and write. They also had a political class on how to be loyal to His Majesty. Time flew by, and it was May 16th. Today was a joyous day. Empress Wang and Li Longji's son was 1 month old. He had successfully lived to be 1 month old. Many children in the Tang dynasty could not live to be 1 month old at this time. Then it was 1 year old. If he could still live to be 1 year old, the elders in the family would be relieved. Babies were the easiest to get sick. The doctors did not dare to use too much medicine. The child's digestive system could not stand it. Therefore, Li Yi asked the child to wear a ball if he wanted to go into the water. A child began to break through the gates of hell from the moment he was born. He broke through one gate after another and finally drowned. How big of a blow would it be to a family? The little guy still could not speak. He could only make sounds. When he heard others speak, he would be anxious and want to cry. The little guy only worked hard to learn when someone beside him kept talking. When a child speaks depends on 2 aspects. One is the degree of brain development, and the other is the degree of vocal cord development. There are 2 kinds of vocal cord development, passive and active. If the baby does not cry until his voice is damaged, then vocal cord development is active. If you want the baby to speak in advance, nutrition needs to follow. Usually, there must be someone to talk to the baby. It's best if it's simple words. The baby follows the sound and promotes vocal cord development. When the baby is tired, don't talk anymore. You should kiss and hug him. Li Yi continued to talk about the child's voice. Chapter 415. Li Longji and Empress Wang were listening attentively. In their knowledge, the earlier a child spoke, the smarter he would be. In fact, there was nothing wrong with that, but that little bit of foresight was useless. An 8-month-old child who could speak was different from a 2-year-old child's development in the future. At noon, they celebrated in Zhuangzi. Noble consort Liu and Li Dan insisted on attending, saying that their old age could increase the child's fortune. Li Longji and Empress Wang readily agreed, and even let the two of them take turns to hold the child. Li Dan's tears came out when he held the child. He explained that when he saw the little guy, he remembered a lot of things. In fact, this was the legitimate son, the future crown prince. His abdication and Li Qingqi's abdication were in accordance with the heavenly Tao. Otherwise, how could the empress have such a cute child? Who would dare to say that the throne was flawed? This was not a child, but a banner of victory. Third brother, you also know that we are relatives of the imperial family. Now that we have a child, we have to put him in the register. When His Majesty heard about this, he insisted on having the people from the imperial court come over to take a look. It's all thanks to you that we are valued by His Majesty. In fact, I can take the child out, but once we leave Zhuangzi, I'm afraid something will happen to the child. Li Longji looked at his father holding the child and smiling, then turned to Li Yi and said, "Then let's go to Zhuangzi. When they are done, I'll check again." Li Yi followed. "Come, it's summer. The place specially used to entertain people is full of flowers and green grass. I'll get someone to tell them to come over in the afternoon and have some fun at night. Brother, Yi, you don't have to deal with them." Li Longji added, "I really can't meet them. Otherwise, they will all think that I'm very familiar with them. If they ask me for anything in the future, I'll agree, and they will continue to ask. If I don't agree, they will think that I'm not a good person and want to deal with me." As Li Yi spoke, he explained the matter of interpersonal relationships. "Yes, we can't meet them. Those people are too greedy." Li Longji nodded twice. Then he went to make arrangements. "Didn't the imperial clan temple want to see it? Get over here. Do you expect me to send my child to you? Dream on. What if you risk your lives and suddenly poison him? It's so far away. If I can't send him here in time, won't my son be gone? You have to be searched when you come here. No weapons are allowed. You can only watch from the baby carriage when you're watching. I'll stand guard. If any of you kick the baby carriage, the baby will be fine. You want to kick the child directly? Let's see if my reaction is fast enough." Li Longji had thought of everything. Everyone looked like bad guys to him. There was nothing he could do. Someone was already investing in his second son. Previously, he had invested in his first son. His first son's face was scratched by a monkey while he was hunting, and the investment was gone. The people who had invested a lot of effort and capital did not go up, and the losses were huge. They had to be on guard against such a situation. At around 3:30 p.m., a large group of people came over. Before they came, they were strictly instructed not to say anything they shouldn't say. They were not allowed to look for Li Yi and Zhuangzi's people. The winged knights were in charge of delivering things to them. Li Longji's reason was that he was afraid that someone inside would do something bad. At the same time, for palace maids and 4 eunuchs came out to accompany Empress Wang. They were eating barbecue today. They didn't need to go back at night. Zhuangzi had an empty bungalow so they could stay there. Yao Chong and a few others mixed in with the crowd. They also wanted to see the child. A child who was just 1 month old was involved in the stability of the harem and the actions of countless foreign officials. When the child sneezed, a group of people's hearts would twitch. The little guy had just woken up and was crying. They fed him milk, changed his diaper, and gave him some juice to drink. At this moment, his face was calm. Everyone watched and didn't dare to make a sound. The winged knights were beside them. Who didn't understand the problem between the empress and the child? The 2 palace maids and 2 eunuchs stared at everyone, and their right hands were in their left sleeves. When everyone looked at the little guy felt people's shadows swaying around. He was probably happy. He made sounds from his mouth. Empress Wang stood beside him with a proud face. She couldn't wait to make a few sounds like an old hen that had just laid eggs. "Look, this is my son. Is he good looking? He's not sick at all. How can he make, sounds? Li Dan and noble consort Lu came together and watched. They didn't hide the fact that the two emperors appeared together in front of others. Li Longji was always very respectful to the two of them. It was not as natural as when there were no outsiders. One was his biological father, who had even given up his position. The other was his mother, who raised him. Your Majesty, this child is good-looking, Yao Chong said beside Li Longji. He didn't want the child to be hurt. The Tang dynasty couldn't afford to suffer anymore. There were enemies outside. The people who came to watch didn't have any intention of making a move. If the investment failed, they could invest again. If they made a move and succeeded, it would have nothing to do with them. Their family would definitely die. If they failed, they would still die. Sanlang, does the child have a name? An elder of the Li family asked Li Longji. In the imperial court, they had to address him as Your Majesty. Today's situation was special, so they called him Sanlang. I wanted to name him Li Yi, but brother Yi didn't agree. Now he only has a nickname, Li Longji directly called Li Yi as brother Yi in front of a group of people. This showed that he was protecting him. If he avoided this, he would become an enemy. He should recognize what he should, no matter what they thought. Good, Saner is good. The elder didn't seem to hear anything else and directly expressed his opinion on the nickname. The others followed suit. Good. They knew who brother Yi was. That young man was praised by the imperial astronomer. Words like Lu Xing comes out, main star shines, guard the imperial palace were all said. If the Lu Xing was not in the imperial palace, it was an ominous star. There must be a main star beside it to assist the main star. At this time, the Lu Xing was an auxiliary star. Thinking about it carefully, there was nothing wrong with it. If His Majesty didn't come to be with Li Yi, with Li Yi's talent, he could go somewhere else. Would the Tang dynasty be afraid of a hot air balloon? Lu Xing comes out from the east and guards the imperial palace. Wasn't Ba Shui just east of the imperial palace? That's right. The people of the imperial astronomer worked hard. It wasn't easy, but others believed it. When they compared the facts, it all matched. Li Yi came to Ba Shui and followed His Majesty. Was it a coincidence? Then he took all kinds of good things out and didn't ask for anything in return. This was because the Lu Xing was like this. Sanlang, when will San return to the imperial palace? Another elder asked. I'm relieved to leave him with brother Yi. When he grows older, brother Yi can teach him all kinds of knowledge. Li Longji said, indicating that he couldn't change what he said. Not only did the others not frown, but they also breathed a sigh of relief. Li Dan looked at them from the side and wanted to laugh. He knew what these people wanted to do. If the child didn't go back, there would naturally be no danger. Then they could invest boldly. Li Yi was a divine doctor. When the child was sick, he directly cured it. He could treat such a serious lung disease. When the intestine was full of death, he could still treat it. What a good young man. Yes, leave the baby on Zhuangzi. We won't have to worry in the future. Chapter 416. The child did not cry or make a fuss. He was not stupid. When the figure swayed, the child's eyes would move and he could make sounds. This meant that he was very healthy. With the godly doctor beside him, it was indeed different. When he was born, he was only 5 kilograms. Looking at his growth now, he was white and chubby in a month. Empress Wang bowed to everyone and personally pushed the child away. The 2 palace maids and 2 eunuchs did not move. They wanted to stay and listen to orders. If there was anything they needed, they could go get it. There was no need to call the landlord over. A team of Yulin flying cavalry accompanied Empress Wang to leave. Even now, they were still worried. The winged knights did not stop until they left this place. There was no need for them. There were surveillance cameras. They knew where the surveillance cameras were and could see them. There was nothing they could do even if they saw them. There were no blind spots in the surveillance cameras. If they rushed over and blocked the camera, the surveillance cameras would not be able to see them. But why did the screen turn black? The people in Zhuangzi's surveillance room would not be lazy. Moreover, if there was a sudden change in the surveillance cameras, there would be an alarm. After Empress Wang left with the child, the others were completely relaxed. Only then did they look at the place. This place was built by Li Yi to imitate the gardens in Suzhou. There was a scenery with every step. At the same time, there was a place for people to stand. Under the trickling water, they could see the sand and stones below and the small fish. Good place. I should learn to build one at my place and then spend every day here to comprehend. Someone felt that this place was good. Li Longji did not want to bother. Was this place good? Of course it was good. But his brother, Yi, did not come over at all. Brother, Yi always went to the fields to grow mushrooms and fungus. He planted other plants in the greenhouses, workshops, classrooms, and kitchens. No matter how beautiful the scenery was, brother, Yi could design, but he would not linger. When everyone ate, they realized that the Li family Zhuangzi had so many types of seasonings. There were even more than heavenly earth. There was a sign in front of the seasonings with the name written on it. There was beef mince, mutton sauce, sesame oil, sesame oil, sesame oil, sesame oil, pepper oil, mustard, garlic juice, ginger juice, soy sauce, aged vinegar, onion oil, chives, fermented bean curd, big rice water. Outsiders felt that Chang and heavenly earth food was the best in the world. Chang and heavenly earth was only part of the delicacies. Today, he finally confirmed that there was no mistake. Do you need so much seasoning for a barbecue? Li Longji and Li Qingqi skillfully roasted meat and vegetables for Li Dan and noble consort Lu. Li Qingyi, Li Longfan, Li Longye, and Li Sholi were beside him. The people from the fifth prince's residence were all present. The four of them were now helping to manage the Workers' Alliance and the Yi Alliance. They really wanted to come over and eat with Li Yi in the cafeteria, but it was not allowed. They had never interacted with Li Yi before, so they didn't know what to say. What if they said something wrong? Uncle, quick, give me a lamb chop. Empress Wang pushed the child to Li Yi. Zhuangzi also had a barbecue tonight to celebrate Li Yi's third sister-in-law's baby's 1-month-old birthday. The barbecue was just a formality. It was not that Zhuangzi lacked meat to eat. The kids in Zhuangzi liked this kind of atmosphere. They didn't care about what they ate. They just liked it when there were more people around. Guazi was not far from Empress Wang before, so he came over now. He didn't bring a bow and arrows. He had never used a crossbow, even though his crossbow was very accurate and could be loaded quickly. However, compared to a bow, a crossbow's loading speed was much slower. He used a strong bow, and the range was not shorter than a normal crossbow. At this moment, he had a row of small pockets around his waist. There were tassels on the outside of the pockets. Dong Zhu, I'll eat with you, he said generously. Eat. Li didn't care. He picked up 2 skewers of cooked lamb and placed them on the barbecue. Eunuch Huang stepped on the fan, afraid that the smoke would suffocate the baby. Palace, made by he moved a chair to sit beside the baby carriage. She put her hand on the baby's head and shook it from time to time. Li Yi saw this and motioned for Guazi to help turn over the barbecue. He ran to the music courtyard and took the loudspeaker that could record music. He went to the piano and played a song in the high notes. Then he played a normal song and returned to the barbecue area with the loudspeaker. He turned on the switch, and the high notes came out like a music box, tinkling and clanging. If people at that time heard it, they would definitely sing along. I've never forgotten you in the sunset, stepping on the green grass, the sunset in my heart, always a little sad. You're not in my dreams. The little guy's eyes, which had been moving slowly with Baihi's hand, stopped moving. His little mouth was slightly open as he listened quietly. When the song ended, it was followed by Li Yi's Bandri's childhood. As soon as the song came out, the baby's mouth opened wider and his tongue stuck out. The main melody of Bandri's childhood was actually played by a string instrument. Li Yi couldn't play the violin and the piano at the same time. He could only go directly to the piano and step on the delay, which was the right pedal. Hearing the sound and looking at the little guy's appearance, Empress Wang and Guazi were silent. Guozi gave Li Yi a thumbs up. He had heard the sound of the piano in Zhuangzi. That everyone from Nankou was learning and making a song at the same time. Li Yi must have used this loudspeaker to record the 2 songs he played when he went out just now. If it were any other scholar, they would definitely find someone to show off their talent in poetry and their ability to use musical instruments every day. When it came to Li Yi, he just used it and used it when he needed it. In daily life, he never fiddled with musical instruments, nor did he talk about poetry with others. When he was free, he would copy medical books or research something and send it to the workshop. If anyone was not feeling well, they could find Dongzhu to take a look and he would check. Guozi finally understood why the 3,000 winged knights were so obedient to Li Yi and felt at ease following Li. The 3 of them ate quietly. The music played back and forth, and the baby still liked it. Li Yi roasted a skewer and handed it to the palace maids and eunuchs next to him. No one was left out. He didn't do it deliberately, he was used to it. This way, he wouldn't offend anyone and wouldn't attract jealousy. The reason why the Li family Zhuangzi was so warm was because of Li Yi's personality. He treated his own people casually, but to his enemies, haha. Everyone ate, and the music kept repeating. After a while, he gestured that the baby was asleep. Li Yi went over to lower the volume of the loudspeaker, but he didn't stop. He motioned for he to push the cart to the side. When the cart was 5 steps away, Li Yi spoke. Children are the most sensitive to sound. The human body is a generator and will resonate with other sounds. For example, if you listen to drums for a long time, your heart will beat in the same rhythm as the drums. So music can sometimes be a weapon. From the sound of the music to the lyrics of the music. If you play it well, you can achieve your goal on the battlefield. Li Yi explained the relationship between sound and the human body. Attack the heart and be surrounded by songs. Empress Wang said directly. She came from a family of generals. Guozi nodded in agreement. That's right. Songs and lyrics were indeed useful on the battlefield at certain times. So I have a song that might be useful when dealing with the Turkic steppe tribes. It will make them miss their hometown and break their fighting spirit. Li Yi continued. Chapter 417. The people from the Zongjing temple ate and drank to their heart's content. For them, the foundation of the Tang dynasty was set. They should let go of other investment areas. Li Longji's brothers did not drink much. They were afraid of problems. Now, Li Longji's son was everyone's hope. There was no need to make a fuss anymore. There were also fewer people who came to hint at the crown prince and dethroning the empress. Li Dan did not control himself. He drank himself, sip by sip. Noble consort Lu accompanied him. She was ready to bring her husband back to the courtyard when he drank too much. One child, just one child. Li Dan put down the wine cup and looked up at the sky. The moon in the sky was very round. It was the 16th moon. It was not yet midnight. It was still rising slowly in the east. The 15th moon was in the middle of the night. The 16th moon was a little later. The stars in the sky were very dark. The surrounding lanterns were warm. Li Dan's mood was like the gradually rising moon, bright and cold. Imperial concubine Dolu understood and said, "That's right. If we put that child on the scale, how long would the pole be? How heavy should the weight be? How is Wu Jiu?" Li Dan's eyes narrowed. He did not look like he drank a lot. Li Yi is there. Sen Lang comes back every night. Recently, he has only been there twice. Imperial concubine Dolu's infiltration of the harem is also very deep. Wu Zetian dethroned Wang Liwu and ruined the Li family's business. Yu Rong also did not have a child. Could Wu Jiu be another Wu Zetian? Fortunately, she met Li Yi. Li Yi's medical knowledge is amazing. He gave her such a child. Otherwise, when Li Dan talked about Wu Zetian, he was not respectful at all. He saw that Li Ji, who was Tang Gaozong, had an empress with the surname Wang. She did not have a child. Then, she was schemed against by Wu Zetian. She was dethroned and died. The current Empress Wang Yurong, also did not have a child. Then Wu Jiu, a relative of Wu Zetian, tried to please her son, Li Longji. Without an empress, it had always been a taboo. If things went wrong, Wu Jiu might end up like Wu Zetian. That was close. Li Yi, that child, was too amazing. After taking the medicine, Yurong had a child, and it was a boy. Li Dan sighed ruefully. She understood. What he did not know was that history was repeating itself. Wang Yurong, Empress Wang, was crippled. However, Wu Jiu did not become the empress. She was only a concubine. At the same time, she was unlucky. Her child died early, and she also died early, and her child was named Li Yi. Therefore, no matter what Li Yi said, he wouldn't let Li Longji name the child Li Yi. The story of the Black Tortoise Gate was repeating itself. The matter of Empress Wang being crippled and the martial arts being favored was repeating itself. It seemed that the Li royal family had entered a cycle of curses. Li Yi didn't know what happened afterwards. What she did know was that Li Yi helped Empress Wang with her riveting. Don't worry. Xiao Yi doesn't like San Lang bringing other women over. Yurong has a child again. No matter how good that Wu person is at scheming, she can't possibly scheme against Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi isn't the kind of person who won't change hands after suffering a loss. As long as that Wu person dares to touch Xiao Yi will definitely launch a series of attacks. Noble consort, Lu thought it through. Li Yi's counterattack was very sharp. She already knew about Li Yi's backup plan against the foreigners who wanted to trick Li Yi into buying a large number of newspapers. She felt that the most interesting thing was that Li Yi did not take out his true backup plan. The Tubo people ran into one first and were tricked. Then his backup plan could be tricked again. It was the same for those who spread rumors in Lantian County. They had all been dug. In the end, San Lang was too anxious and sent Yao Chong out. Those people hadn't really fallen into the trap yet. Huh? Li Dan laughed. He also felt that Li Yi was interesting. The main thing was that he had the ability to harm people. At the same time, Li Min's abilities were also one after another. Li Longji's brothers listened from the side and didn't make a sound. Their father was right. There was nothing wrong with it. Especially Li Longji. He felt helpless. He didn't do anything. Why was he being restricted? It seemed that Wu Jiu should just be left there. No, he had to get someone to watch over her. She even said that she wanted to come and take a look. Absolutely not. If she secretly did something to make Brother Yi unhappy, what should he do? Li Longji thought about it and decided to give the Wing Knights an absolute order. Other than himself, Empress Wang, and Li Yi, no one else could dispatch them. Oh, Gao Lisher could, but he needed his own warrant. As for the Chenyo guards, they were unreliable. Li Longji was not so infatuated with Wu Jiu. He knew that Wu Jiu had many tricks up her sleeve and wanted to subdue her. Unfortunately, Empress Wang had never had a child. She was under too much pressure in all aspects. He made another son the crown prince. After that, he wanted to use Wu Jiu's schemes to get rid of the others. Empress Wang was the first unlucky one. He didn't kill Empress Wang like Li Ji. Empress Wang was the one who suffered and died. From then on, he actually changed. He didn't think about Empress Wang. Otherwise, he should have given her an explanation. He didn't dare. Whenever he thought of Empress Wang, he was afraid. After that, Wu Jiu became Wu Huifei. Indeed, she helped to get rid of many people. Unfortunately, she also died. The empress was forced to death by himself, or rather by others. He took revenge for himself. He used Wu Huifei's methods to avenge Empress Wang. Wu Huifei was also dead. Then he could indulge. There was a beautiful woman, surnamed Yang. Li Longji himself didn't know. If Li Yi didn't come over, his life began to walk down a path when Empress Wang was made the Empress Dowager and had no children. Even when he was in such a sorry state in his later years, he didn't dare to talk about Empress Wang. Fortunately, Li Longji wasn't like that now. He only liked Wu Jiu. She was beautiful and sensible. She was just like that. She didn't have the heroic appearance of Empress Wang after she had a child. Li Longji found that Empress Wang was even more beautiful after she had a child. She was like a child, delicate and naive all day long. But he knew that in a situation, this delicate and naive woman could get on a horse and fight with a lance. Moreover, her bow and arrow were very accurate. If this girl practiced more, she might be able to compete with Guizi in horseback archery. Because when people in the harem kicked shuttlecock, they stood on the ground and kicked. She gave people the feeling that she was flying in the sky and kicking. Her posture was very relaxed. Li Longji smiled as he thought about it. Wild geese in the sky line up in pairs. The river is long, the autumn grass is yellow, the zither on the grassland is sad. While they were eating and plotting, a song sung by many men in low voices drifted over to them. Immediately after, the sound of a horse head zither sounded with a hint of desolation. The sky is vast, where do the geese go? In the heart is the hometown in the north. The low voice continued. Everyone stopped. As they listened, they felt a sense of sorrow. On the other side, the child had already fallen asleep. Even though many men were singing together and there were many women accompanying them, the baby didn't wake up. This was because Li Yi didn't have a high voice when he taught, nor did he show off his skills. The non-commissioned officer sang at 60 beats per minute. His voice was low. The tempo of this song was actually the same as that of a lullaby. It was 58 to 62 beats per minute. Children's hearts beat fast, but it didn't mean that they had to accept the same beat. When adults slept, their heartbeats were about 60 beats per minute. When children were in their mother's belly, they received this kind of heartbeat. When the low voice sounded, the baby, who was sleeping with his eyes closed, relaxed his expression. Chapter 4:18. Everyone in the garden stopped what they were doing when the first song. Drink up the wine, fill it up again. Tonight we won't return until we're drunk. Li Longji frowned. Li Qingqi took a deep breath. This song will wear down the soldiers' fighting spirit. It's a song that will defeat the enemy. How can Brother Yi teach the winged knights this song? Wild geese in the sky line up. The second song was repeated. Compared to the first time, the non-commissioned officers sang more passionately and emotionally. Li Longji waved at Fan Fan, who was standing not far away, and pointed at Fan Fan. Fan Fan left. After a while, he came back and went to Li Longji. He bowed and said, when Dongzhu was talking to the Empress and Elder Gua, he somehow talked about being besieged on all sides. Fan Fan said one sentence, and everyone around him understood. Li Longji chuckled, so this song is sung for the Turks. Good song, good lyrics. Li Qingqi listened to the sound again. I've never heard of this zither before. It seems to be more vigorous than the shizither. Fan Fan answered. Dongzhu ordered someone to make it. He said that the resonance box is bigger and it was transformed from the shizither. There is a horse head carved on the zither. The horse head is curved and suitable for hanging. Dongzhu called it the horse head zither. Go and ask if there are more? Li Qingqi was interested. Get another hujia, Li Longji said. Fan Fan left again and soon came back with a horse head zither and a hujia. Li Qingqi took the horse head zither and looked at it first. He touched it and played a few times on the strings. He waited for the bow to be knocked and gently pulled to find the sound. Then he nodded to Li Longji. Li Longji put the hujia to his mouth. The two of them played almost at the same time and just happened to follow the rhythm of the song. When the hujia and the dongzhao's low sound came out, the song of the wild geese sounded even more sorrowful. The other kings were singing in low voices, giving people the impression that they were about to cry. After they finished singing, Li Dan laughed. Ha 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 ha, good song. Since we are mainly defending against the Turks, why don't we get the soldiers to sing over there? Many people in Tubo will also like it, noble consort Lu said. Little brother Yi is indeed talented. There should be more of such good songs in the Pear Garden. Li Longji wanted to expand the scale. He specially sent some people to study what kind of song was suitable to wear down the fighting spirit of the Tubo and Turks. Send it to Chang, and first, Li Qingqi suggested. That night, a large group of people moved into the bungalow. Fortunately, the bedding was new. After they finished using it, they could take it with them the next day. On the 17th of May, a large group of people left. Li Dan and the other two also left. Their child was 1 month old, so they wanted to return to the palace. The teams delivering newspapers to the 20 counties set out before dawn. As soon as the city gate of Chang'an opened, the teams delivering newspapers to Chang'an went in. The children waited in different places until the newspaper trucks arrived. They loaded the newspapers, took 2 steamed buns, ate them quickly, drank some water, and began to sell the newspapers. A large pile of newspapers was directly pulled to the place rented by the foreigners. The leader of Tubo, Bo Xia, was still waiting. The agreed half a month was still waiting. 10 days had passed since the 7th of May, and there were only 5 days left. He felt that every day was passing very slowly. He was worried that someone in Li family Zhuangzi's reference room would notice that something was missing. At that time, Li Yi would not sell alcohol to him no matter what. Hurry up. Don't be so expensive. Otherwise, we can't afford it, Bo Xia muttered as he went outside and retched a few times. The newspapers had been moved to the rented courtyard, but the smell of ink still floated in the Honglu temple. What he did not know was that the foreigners had organized their men under the urging of a big Turk tribe. These people were going to sneak in and steal good things. They put the skill of stealing hot air balloons first, the skill of stealing gunpowder second, the skill of stealing other skills third. If there was a chance, they could capture Li Yi. Their strongholds outside the city were all operating. Now they were waiting for the moon to disappear. That night in Pyongkong Square, Swan Goose, the sky? Nanku Xinyan and the others came back, and they even brought back a piano. They had finished learning the Symphony of Butterflies, and now they were practicing. Li Yi had suffered a lot when he was learning to play the piano. If it was everyone, the speed of improvement would be faster. It was estimated that after practicing for another half a month, they would be able to play butterflies with other instruments. In the middle of the night, a person from a small tribe who went to Pyongkong Square to drink came back dizzy. He hummed the Swan Goose as he walked, and as he sang, tears flowed down his face. After entering the Honglu temple, it did not take long for more people to start singing. Bo Xia, who was lying down and could not sleep, finally fell asleep, but he was awakened by the singing. He listened carefully. At first, he felt that it was nice. He could not remember the words, but he could hum along with the song. After he had snorted twice, he sat up abruptly and broke out in a cold sweat. No, this kind of song can't be sung. Swan Goose, return to the north with my thoughts. If the Turkic and Tubo border soldiers heard this, how can they fight against the Tang dynasty's army? After saying that, Bo Xia put on his clothes and ran out. He went to a courtyard where the sound came from. When he went in, many people were not afraid of mosquito bites. They were playing the huqin, playing the hujia, and singing. Bo Xia grabbed the arm of a Turkic. Lei Wan, where did you learn this song? Ah, it's from Feng Dali, who came to Pyongkong Square. Everyone in Pyongkong Square is singing. Li family Zhuangzi's Li Yi wrote this song. This song is very nice. Li Yi is quite capable. Lei Wan smiled and praised Li Yi. Bo Xia's scalp went numb. He nodded blankly. Yes, he's quite capable. Li Yi, Li Yi, Li Yi. He shouted Li Yi louder and louder each time. After shouting 3 times, he slapped his thigh. Li Yi, why did you write such a song? After Bo Xia said that, the surroundings gradually quieted down. He shouted, if this song is spread among the troops guarding the border, think about it. If everyone sings it at night, the Tang army will attack at night. Can we still fight? Can we? It's just a song. Someone muttered. It's fine in normal times. But when the war is in a stalemate, the more time passes, the more this song will wear down our fighting spirit. Siege of Gaoxia. There's nothing we can do even if we know. Don't the Tang dynasty have songs of thought? The Tang army can also fight. We have them too. Why should we be afraid of a song? Yes, we have a lot of songs with similar meanings. Everyone started talking. Bo Xia shook his head and turned to go back. He realized that these envoys were simple-minded. Was this a problem with a song? This was clearly Li Yi thinking about how to solve the war from all aspects. He made the hot air balloon and specially composed a song. It could be said that Li Yi was deliberately trying to provide comprehensive support for the war between the Tang dynasty, Tubo, and the Turks. Now it was gunpowder, hot air balloon, and songs. What else would come next? He thought and went back to his room to lie down. He couldn't sleep again. Recently, he had been suffering from insomnia. The courtyard where he sang just now was very quiet. Everyone said that it didn't matter, but they were still very afraid. They could guess that soon their language version of Hongyan would appear and spread to all the tribes at the same time. Sigh, it's just a song, but it feels like a war. Someone said in a bad mood. It's been like this since the hot air balloon took off. The person next to him knew the reason. With the appearance of new weapons, everyone was afraid before they found a solution. Chapter 419. Hunan Province, Zhengzhou City, Xinjiang County. It was a beautiful place with flowers, grass, ponds, and pavilions. Li Riji, who had been ill some time ago, was in good health. He was drinking tea, green tea. Bai Gu was sitting opposite him. The tea was brought by Bai Gu. The Li family Zhuangzi asked someone to bring it to Hunan Province by water. You should leave now. Are you waiting for Her Majesty to send someone to invite you back? Bai Gu drank tea and looked at the surrounding scenery. I've already retired. How can I face others? My heart belongs to the countryside. Li Riji put down the tea. If Her Majesty didn't send someone in time, you would have died of illness. When you heard that Her Majesty wanted to invite you back, you recovered. How can you say that your heart belongs to the countryside? Bai Gu expressed his disdain. Li Riji was sick before. Then, someone from the palace said that the imperial court had an important task to invite Li Riji back. The next day, Li Riji didn't need anyone to feed him. Today he didn't look sick at all. Thank you for your blessing, Your Majesty. Li Riji cupped his hands in the direction of Chang'an. He looked at the teacup and shook his head. But do you know who persuaded Her Majesty to invite you back? Bai Gu started a new topic. Who? Li Riji was interested. Your family raised a lot of chickens and ducks this year. I heard that you encouraged your family to raise more to prevent the locust plague. Bai Gu talked about something else. Li Yi. Li Riji thought of someone. He knew Li Yi. He came from Chang and to deliver chickens, ducks, and pigs to Hunan Province. He went to the mountains west of Luoyang and used eggs to exchange for locusts. He also recruited workers to build the mountain. After that, he exchanged for chickens and ducks to let the people see how fast the pigs grew. The people learned from him. The locusts around Luoyang were treasures. When the news spread to Zhengzhou, the people did as they were told. Even he, who didn't own any property, raised a lot of chickens and ducks. He also built a fire bed to hatch the chickens and ducks. In his mind, Li Yi had single-handedly suppressed the locust plague in a large area. This old man is going back this year. Li Yi's Zhuangzi said that it's not bad. When the time comes, Li Yi will give me dental implants first. Don't you want to take a look? Bai Gu didn't deny it. He talked about his return, Li Yi and Zhuangzi. The Li family Zhuangzi left behind 100 people on the mountain. The commoners interacted with them and learned many things about the Li family Zhuangzi. What the commoners of Luoyang received was the real situation. It became the Li family Zhuangzi. Floating clouds curled up, multicolored light filled the sky, and a faint immortal language could be heard. Li Riji picked up the teacup again and drank mouthful after mouthful. All right, I'll go and see what's so special about that young man. He put down his teacup and said, "Set off as soon as possible. Her Majesty is waiting." Bai Gu urged and left. He deliberately came over from Hunan to persuade him to go back quickly. He still had political affairs to deal with. He was delayed for 2 days. If he went back, it would be another 2 days. Li Riji found his wife and prepared to go to Chang and buy water. After he was removed from the position of governor, he was disheartened and resigned. His children were waiting for him to become an official, but it was all over. Without his salary, he could only go back to his hometown. When he returned to his hometown, he repaired his garden and allowed other young students to come over and ask for advice. If there were good ones, he would recommend them to the government. He did have a backbone. He had once refused the order to beat someone to death with a cane. However, he didn't care about his family. He never discussed anything with his wife. He was a male chauvinist and didn't think about his children. It was the same now. When he said he was leaving, he told his wife, and his wife arranged it. His children were happy. They were going to Chang and again, and they had an official. Jiangnan East Road, Hangzhou. Lu Youqiu was dealing with government affairs in the provincial government office. He looked gloomy and sullen. He wanted to be an official and a prime minister. It wasn't easy for him to become a prime minister. But a few days later, he was gone. He was also demoted to be the provincial governor of Hangzhou. He should be the prime minister again. After dealing with one matter, he picked up another book. Provincial governor, someone from Chang, and is here. A small official ran in. Ah, someone from Chang'an? Lu Youqiu sat up straight, looking panicked. He had heard that he was going to be transferred to Qinzhou. Qinzhou was not as good as Hangzhou. If he really went there, when could he return to the capital? His life was probably over. It's a yellow door, the small official added. Yellow door. Lu Youqiu was surprised. It should be someone from Ziwei province with a document from the Ministry of Personnel. Quick, invite him in. Lu Youqiu, who couldn't figure it out, ordered. Not long after, a eunuch came in. Congratulations, Scout Lu. I'm here to congratulate you. The moment the yellow door saw Lu Youqiu, he cupped his hands and congratulated him. Scout? What's that? Lu Youqiu was confused. He knew about inspectors and patrols, but what was the rank of a scout? It's an officer of the 1st Patrol Regiment of the Tang dynasty. There's an additional department which is full of scouts. They can investigate the problems of the officials alone. Not only the officials in the capital, but also the local officials can investigate. They can investigate wherever they want. They can send people or bring people there personally. When they find the officials with problems, they can report to His Majesty. The official rank is a 3rd rank official with a real title. They have a lot of power. The winged knights can borrow them. The yellow door introduced with a happy face. Lu Youqiu was even more confused. A new department was established in the Tang dynasty. There were supervising officers stationed in the local area and patrolling officers occasionally sent out. Why did he establish another department? Why did he need so many departments? He needed people to do things. Who's in the 1st Patrol Regiment? Lu Youqiu asked. There are only 2 now, Scout Lu and Scout Li Riji. His Majesty is looking for them. There will be more in the future. The yellow door's voice was much lower when he talked about this. What about the censorate? Lu Youqiu still had questions. He knew who Li Riji was. He resigned after his power was taken away. Both sides were familiar with each other. The censorate finds things and reports them in the imperial court. You're different. You find things and report them to His Majesty secretly, the yellow door explained. Sometimes the censorate also reports to His Majesty alone, Lu Youqiu argued. The censorate doesn't have people. You have people. A group of subordinates helps you collect evidence. Scout Lu, get ready. The new provincial governor of Hangzhou is coming. The yellow door gave a different answer. It was difficult for the people of the censorate to collect evidence by themselves. They were handed to them by others. Lu Youqiu went to find his family in a daze and prepared to leave for Chang. He didn't need to care about the handover of government affairs. He didn't get the news that the two of them were going to Chang, and he watched people seal the alcohol in zhuangzi. He didn't have a plastic bucket, and it couldn't be a glass bottle. Like ordinary wine jars, he poured the alcohol in. As for whether the alcohol would permeate and evaporate, it was not up to him. After the alcohol was poured in, the mouth of the jar was covered with a layer of oil paper. Then the lid, wax seal, and mud seal. Of course, the alcohol he sold to Tubo was 85%. It was not pure enough. The reason why it was not 80% was that it could be used as medical alcohol if the alcohol was low enough. If Tubo people found out, what would they do if it was used in battlefield medicine? In the future, the soldiers of the Tang dynasty would use alcohol with 75% alcohol. It had a good sterilization effect on external injuries. If Tubo people found out and learned it, wouldn't he be helping the enemy? If Tubo people found out and added water, then so be it. If the water was not clean, it would get infected faster.